Hello. 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 How's it going? Hello. I'm sorry, Wales. You've just wasted your points. Don't worry, they should actually get refunded. But the redemptions don't work on any scene that isn't the main game scene. So, like the starting screen, for instance, they won't work. But you should get refunded, usually at least. I've had mixed signals. Some people have told me that they get refunded when that happens. Some people have told me they don't. I don't know. Now you know either way. Now you know either way. But yeah, hi, how's it going? Playing some Satisfactory tonight, as I have done every Wednesday for the past, like, I don't know, 6 weeks? It's not been that long. It's been like a month, maybe. So, yeah. You know. I don't know if Peas will be joining me tonight, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. Because, if anything, I'm probably actually happy if he doesn't. But we'll see. We'll see if he's around or not. The good thing about the game is that it's very drop-in, right? If he's around, he can join me. If not, then I'll just play alone. I'm okay with that either way. But yeah, you know. Just some good stuff. Some Satisfactory. Yeah, let me just pause my music and stuff. Go into the game scene. You know, the usual stuff. Wow, that happened quickly. I'm in awe. Crazy. Alright, let me just load. What did I do since the last stream? I played a bit off stream, but all I did was set up 2 things. I set up radio control units, because we needed those. And I revamped the whole fuel plant. I shall show you around about the things that I did off stream. But yeah, it's not that much. It's not that much. I set up radio control units. As you can see, they are getting into storage very slowly, but very surely. I also hooked up quartz crystals to the storage, just because. Allow me to just go to the top floor real quick, and you shall see. There's a few manufacturers up here. These are making crystal oscillators, which are then getting sent over here to this fucking wall that is making radio control units. Now, we're lacking rubber right now, a little bit, but that's going to be the next thing that I work on. Because now that we have extra power, which I will show you in a second, this is going to be a lot easier. Also, this is the fast way down, because I said, oh yeah, and I unlocked this I unlocked the hover pack. And let me tell you, it's great. I love the hover pack. It is wonderful. It's a great thing. But yeah. What else did I do? Let me take you to the oil plant. We'll be spending a lot more time here today as well. Like a lot more. Cause I need more rubber, I need more plastic. We're gonna be making a lot of it. We're gonna be making a lot of it. 900 of each per minute, I think, is the ideal outcome here. Because there's 600 oil coming out of one of the nodes. You can turn 300 oil into 900 of either material. So I'm just gonna, you know, make 900 of each and call it there. But yeah, it's gonna be good fun. It's gonna be good fun, dude. Because we're gonna have to spread that plastic and rubber all over the world as well. I'm probably gonna set up an extra train that just takes it to the desert base, because I'll be building some stuff over there and stuff as well. But yeah, you might be able to see it on the horizon. That building over there and that one has gotten a bit larger. Some things have changed over here. If you recall, it's been a while since we've been around here, but yeah, things have changed a bit. I've built up some of the walls as well, just for good measure. This game on Game Pass would be great for people that don't want to buy the game specifically. But yeah, this has been simplified for the most part. That's the important part. I've split this up into 2 floors, just because make use of the verticality, right? So we've got a single oil node bringing in 600 oil per minute. It's this one right here. This is bringing 600 oil per minute. Half of it is getting pumped up, half of it is going down here. And then on each floor, we have 10 of these making heavy oil residue. The polymer resin just gets sent over to this small building over there. And then 10 of these make 400 heavy oil residue, and they get sent into these wonderful, wonderful blenders right here. It's only 8 blenders. They just take heavy oil residue and water directly and turn it into fuel. No packaging, shenanigans, anything like that required. And then each floor has this exact setup, so that it's the same up top. And then the fuel just gets sent over to the fuel power plant, which has, I want to say it has like 130 fuel generators. This makes 20 gigawatts of power. That's all you need to know, is this entire place over here makes 20 gigawatts of power. One of them is always going to be underclocked a bit, but as you can see, we're making a total of 24,000 megawatts, aka 24 gigawatts of power. It's a lot. It's a lot of fuel generators. This was a hell to build, but there we are. Where's Pisa's Eldritch Horror? Which one? The one in the desert? I'm sure she's alright. I'm sure she's around, yeah. Dream speedrun music? It does sound a bit similar now that you mention it. I've never really quite noticed it, but you are right. I don't think I ever set up a way to actually get up to the top floor. Like, I just built it out, and then always, like, jetpacked up whenever I wanted to. I guess the hover pack might make it getting up there a little bit easier now. Yeah, the hover pack is great, so... Yeah, it's 2 floors of, I actually know how many. How many would there be? Hold on, there's 16 times 2 plus 18 times 2, so there's 68 generators on each of these floors. Yeah, like, the mod for faster placing made this a lot quicker. And then, you know, the hover pack obviously helped a lot as well. But yeah, it's just, you know, a 400 pipe of fuel coming out of, like, 4 of these blenders make 400 fuel, so each one of them, you know, gives me 1 line of fuel. 2 of them are up here, 2 of them are down here. And, it's a lot of power. It's, 24, 23 gigawatts, depending on what's running right now. I think the fluctuation is mostly because of the geothermal generators. So we're a little bit above the maximum consumption right now, which is nice. It's a little meter on the hover pack. That's basically its energy. Like, it can only fly so far before it runs out, as you can see. It regains energy by just flying near power poles, like power nodes like this, or like anything that, you know, has power, like a generator will work as well. So you can only really fly close to your buildings. As you can see, as soon as I get away from buildings, I drop down. And then I need to get close to recharge it again. So like as soon as I get close to these blenders, it's gonna recharge. But it's great for just building, you know? You just lay out some power and then you're set on that, which is very nice. It's very, very useful. As long as you stick close to your factory. Oh, you can't actually... Interesting, you can't just disengage it like in Minecraft Creative Flight. It's very useful. You can't get as much verticality as you can with the jetpack, but yeah. Remember to use your inhaler? I don't have to. My health is still pretty nice. But yeah, what happens with all the polymer resin? You know, half of it comes from there, half of it comes from there. It just gets turned into fabric. I just have all of it get turned into fabric. Some of it is getting buffered in here as well. It doesn't really need to, but you know, it does. And yeah, that's all there is to it, dude. The next thing that I wanted to do here, I don't know where Peas is. I think he's like asleep right now or something. Which is fine. I don't mind. The next thing I want to do is completely redesign this entire thing and then duplicate it on top again. But yeah, now that I have power to work with and I have blenders to work with, this entire thing can go. Because right now we're making 200 plastic and 200 rubber per minute in this, but we can crank that up to 900 each. Why is roach mode so expensive? Because it's loud. That's why. I don't want it to be so intrusive. So, number one, tear all this shit down. Mostly the refineries, because those are the ones that take up real space here. That being said, it also stops me from flying, so that's a bit of a problem, but, you know. It is what it is. Look at this. All this building that I did, now we just go get rid of it again. He might join us later. Who knows? Maybe Peace will be around in a bit, right? I don't know. I don't know what the man is up to. He's an enigma. Let me just demolish all of this. All of this has to go. It's still playing the sound from the refineries as well. Which is interesting. Yes, I know I just broke some of the ramps out there. I'll replace them. I think that one got placed wrongly. Oh well. Like, this can all go. This is so much easier with the jetpack as well, or the hover pack, I mean. It's so much easier, just being able to demolish all of this. Because usually when you're doing it from like a grounded perspective, it's a lot harder to not mess it up. I gotta get close to some power. Oh, this has been disconnected. I must have done that accidentally. Let's just reconnect that, and I don't know, reconnect that. So I actually get some power here. There you go. Much nicer. If I demolish some of the foundations, it doesn't really matter. I can rebuild them. It's mostly about just getting rid of all this shit. Okay. Actually, look at that. Such cleanup. Great cleanup work. Love to see it. You can't tell people that? It's racist? What? What is racist? Excuse me? What are you trying to imply here? What are you trying to imply here, huh, Davi? This game would really benefit from a wife charger for infrared. You mean like a wireless charger? It could help, yeah. Could certainly be helpful. Who knows? Maybe they're gonna get that somewhere. Some point. Maybe that's planned for update 5, which apparently I read. Apparently they're planning on getting update 5 out later this year, which is actually quite surprising. Oh no, I demolished a wire. How unfortunate. What is the prediction? What is the goal in this game? Automating everything. You get a bunch of resources in the world, and you automate them. It's basically, if you've ever played Factorio, it's essentially that, but in 3D. Or if you've played modded Minecraft with like factory mods, it's kind of like that. Those are like the greatest analogies I can give to this, usually. Man, you can tell that this was built ages ago because I still use like normal fucking pipe poles and shit like that. Just slowly but surely demolish all of this stuff. Get rid of that pipe right there. Get rid of that right there. Look at all the space we have in here suddenly. Who knew that we had this much space? I think it's gonna be enough space. Level 1 conveyors. Yeah, like that's how you know it was like ages ago. The highest level conveyors in here are level 3s. Like, man. That's kind of rough. Okay, would you look at that? Space. Space has been made. This is the conveyor that led to the train station. I'm going to redesign that later as well. For now, I just want a clean factory floor in here. Might as well get rid of all that. Okay. Have we gotten the entire awesome shop stuff? Except for, like, all the expensive milestone stuff. Yeah, I have. And then the rest just needs tickets, right? We're gonna get, like, hella tickets once I start automating all the very late game stuff and then syncing it. But for the time being, this is all we have. Okay, let me see again. I think my oil thing is over there, right? It comes in over here. I think that's not a bad thing. Coming in like right over here. I want it to come in right in the corner though. So put that there. Put down a little bit of a wall hole right there, and then connect that shit up from the outside. There you go. Look, that's the wrong way. Where's the tiny beep beep? What do you mean the tiny beep beep? What do you mean the tiny beep beep? What's the deal with all these frickin' cables that This wiring needs to be revamped as well. This is set up horribly. It's horrid. It's absolutely terrible. Like, hold on. Little clown car. Oh, right. I don't have one on me, but it does exist. We've got several just sitting around. There you go, we'll connect those up like that. I think the oil extractor should still be running. No, it's not, because it was hooked up by a double-sided wire. Let's make this the double-sided one. The double wall outlet. Like that, because then you can connect it from that side, and what I can do is I can grab the hover pack, first of all. And then just do that. And there you go, that should get it running again. Yep. Okay, cool. Why don't you have one on you? Gotta stay strapped. Because I have a literal pack that allows me to hover around. So, not bothered. Oh yeah, what I should be doing though is more hard drive research. There you go. I've been carrying these around for ages because there weren't any more recipes to unlock for a while. And now for this I actually have to open the wiki because I didn't quite remember all the stuff I need for this, but the wiki has a nice write-up on the efficient plastic and rubber chain. I'm gonna put this over on my other monitor here. There you go. Okay. So the idea is, yeah, you have 10 refineries making heavy oil residue. We're gonna have that on 2 floors again because I've got vertical space, why wouldn't I use it? Then you need 8 blenders making diluted fuel. And then you have 5 refineries making residual rubber out of the polymer resin that you get. And then obviously combine it with water. And then you take the fuel and that rubber to make recycled plastic, and then turn some of the plastic into recycled rubber again. You can balance this out, or you could just have all of it turn into plastic, but I think having it balanced makes a little bit more sense. And that should be an out of 450 per. So, basically, I just need to do some planning here. Let's only do 1 floor for now. So I'm going to need 10 refineries for the heavy oil residue. I'm going to need 8 blenders for the fuel. I'm going to need another 5 refineries for the residual rubber, and then another 5 each for the recycling. I could do it with overclocking, but I'd rather have one that's underclocked a bit. And then I need some water extractors. How much water do I need in total? So, I'm gonna need 200 water for the fuel. 200 for the second, so I need 400 water in total? No, I need 800 water for the fuel. And then another 200 for that, so I need 1200 water. Each of these can make 300 max, so I need 4 of them. But then I need to split up the pipes. So I actually have to have it probably a little bit different. I'm gonna need 2 for that. Yeah, okay, I think having 5 of them is gonna make it a little bit easier. Potentially? Maybe I can just have 3. I think having 3 is fine. No, I'm gonna need 2 for 1. So actually, I'm gonna need 5, yeah, okay. Alright, I think that should be all I need. As you can see, it's actually not that bad in terms of the materials. In terms of material cost here. Also, let me dispose of this. And that still leaves us with 2 oil nodes that aren't even being used right now. And I'm gonna use those for something else as well. Like, I can use those for making even more plastic or rubber if needed. I can use them for making more fuel. Anything is possible, really. So allow me to fly here because the range on the charging is pretty far, which is nice. Despite the server with a nice batch of 3 ship posts, my liege. Good job. Good job. Proud of you. Proud of you. Good job. Let me go grab these materials. It's gonna be good stuff, dude. It's gonna be good stuff. And we'll finally never have a shortage of plastic or rubber again, and we can sink all the excess. What I think I will do, though, is... I'll probably take half of the rubber or plastic we're making and just send it straight to the desert instead of sending it all here to our base. We'll probably have it come into our main train there, and then just offload half of it onto another train that will then run to the desert base all the way that way, over there. And then, you know, have all the rubber and plastic available over there, because we're going to need it over there anyway. We might as well have it all. My inventory is full of garbage, by the way. Like, a lot of stuff that I don't think I'll need, but also stuff that I will need, like some motors. I'm gonna need some rotors for the water extractors, which should be right here. Boom. Some heavy modular frames. Boom. Some aluminum casing. And radio control units, right. 40 of them, ideally. There you go. Perfect amount. And then the rest I'm just gonna stuff with stuff that I know that I'll need, like cable. I'll need some, how many outclad sheets do I have? Got a lot of concrete. I have a decent amount, but I can probably grab another stack. And then maybe dispose of some stuff. Like, I don't need this much concrete on me, I think. I will certainly need more plastic. I don't think I need circuit boards on me, like, at all. I don't know why I'm even carrying them around at all. I'm gonna want some quick wire in case I need to make Mark II wires or whatever. Mark II power poles. And plastic for the pipes. Mostly copper sheet stuff. I feel like this could be pretty good for the time being. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good to me, dude. Okay. And once we've got this constructed, I just gotta build the same setup on top of it again. Yeah, good thing I didn't plan for both setups right away, because you know, I wouldn't be able to carry that many materials around. I should also fill in these milestones, but I tend to forget about them. Usually Peace does that for me, you know? I always forget about it, because Peas does that for me. And by doing that for me, I mean he just does it, and I don't have to worry about it. Okay, let's do this. I'm definitely gonna use this node or whatever to just make packaged fuel, so we have packaged fuel around whenever we do need it. Sus. Sus. Now, I think I've tried this before. You can't fit 10 refineries on that long side here, and by long side I mean the short side. It just doesn't fit. Like, even if I were to squeeze them right into the corner, and by right in the corner, I mean obviously leave a little bit of space, like say right here, right? I can't fit 10. It's just a little too short. So we're gonna put them on the long side instead. Which is fine. We're gonna need 10 of these. Just 10 of them. There you go. They're all gonna be making heavy oil residue. There you go. And I'm gonna copy the recipe over by just using mergers. That way I don't have to actually insert it into every single one. Give them a bit of space here. I think that's gonna work. There you go. That's so good, dude. That's lovely. Such a good thing. Now we just gotta power these all up. That's the first thing I'll be doing, is powering them all up. What? I must have messed something up with the connection here. Because clearly these aren't connected. Yeah, I connected these together on accident. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to connect you to there. Actually, no, I meant... You're supposed to go to that one. You're supposed to go to this one and this one. And you're supposed to go here. And here. And then these two go here. And here. God, this is so much better for building. Getting like an overview and stuff. The hover pack is actually the best thing ever. Like I can have the inputs just right here. It's so much easier to line stuff up like this. Untethered from the ground. No longer tied down. You can move your body freely. And there you go. Now I only really need a 300 pipe here. I don't even need a 600 pipe. So I might as well just use a tier 1 pipe. It doesn't really matter. At least for the input I only need a tier 1 pipe. So I might as well make my life easier. No clip. I mean, it's kind of like that, but, you know, this actually is in the game. It's a real feature in the game. It's not like I'm cheating to do this. This whole flying thing. There you go. They're going to be making what they need to be making. Which is heavy oil residue. And also some polymer resin, which will be dealt with in a minute. Also, while I'm at it, what do we got? Classic battery. That's the recipe I definitely want immediately. That's a very important one because it is much more efficient than the new battery recipe they added. Like the new one is just straight up worse, so I don't want any of it. I don't want a piece of it. I'm also thinking I should actually reassess this. I should probably put one of these in here. Simply because setting it up like from here is going to be a little annoying. But what I'll do is I'll have to send in, and then we'll send it out again on the other side, right? And it can be a Mark 1 pipe, it doesn't really matter. Because that way, it's a little more sensible. Yeah. And then I can send this up to the top floor, which, by the way, should start at that level. Just so I have it planned out. I'm even gonna put another 2 on top of it. And I'm gonna plan out the power up there as well. It moved at the last second. There you go. Just to have that. Okay. So that was the easiest part of this. Now it's gonna be... Let's do the blenders next. I think that's gonna be... Well, I'm gonna need 8 blenders. They do take up a decent amount of space. And they also need the output that comes from this. I think I can put them here. Put the blenders in here. Yeah. I've been looking for a good MMO for months. I'm dying. I almost finished downloading Phantasy Star 2. Which I hope I can ignore the booba anime girls. That's like a thing with a lot of MMOs nowadays, right? They're all like... They're all anime focused or whatever. It's kinda sad. Kinda sad, isn't it? It's a bit of a problem. Yeah, let's do the blenders. Let's do the blenders. They will go... I have unfortunately got no suggestions for you. I don't know what good MMOs are nowadays. They only need water and heavy oil residue, so I think we'll have it come around this way. We'll leave like 2 space. That's not gonna fit 8, that's gonna fit like 5 blenders in total. Or I do it like I did over there and I double it up and have it in the middle. Considering I'm gonna have 2 separate water pipes anyway, that might be the better idea. So what you do is you have 1 line of 4 right here, and then you see if you can fit 4 more on the other side. Maybe leave 1 foundation in between. Think that would fit? I just love when there's a robot race. All males are basically small badass mixed with no organic appearance outside of films are just girls with small amounts of robotic armor. Yeah, you know. It is what it is, unfortunately. Yeah, I think this should fit the 3 pipes that are supposed to go in the middle here. This should fit everything I need. Because you only need like a water pipe down here, a water pipe down here, and then the heavy oil residue down the center. And then the fuel comes out on either side. And now I'm thinking, I might not even be able to fit all of this on here because I need to fit 15 more refineries. And I don't think I'll be able to fit 15 more refineries on this floor. That's just not realistic. That's just asinine to think that that is even possible. I'll hook up the power first just to have... you know what? Just to have these things powered up. Right here's a good place. Because if these are powered up, I can also fly around them, which is the important part. And that's what I want to be able to do. I want to be able to fly around. These can be powered from the wall, which is nice. That one really wanted to sit there, huh? Okay. They're all powered up nicely. Yeah, we gotta attract the weebs. I mean, weebs are like a big player base. Now, I'm gonna need some water pipes. I'm gonna need probably water extractors right there. Because that's the closest. I mean, there's water over here as well. But... or over there? This wall? Like, I'm trying to figure out which wall would be the best to have the water extractors on. This one's basically already in the water, so I feel like it would make sense to have them out here. There's not much space here. There's more space over here, because I can just line them up like that and have them work, right? So, like, if I put the water extractors down, like, say we're gonna have the water just go along the side or whatever, we're gonna have them sitting, like, here. And then I can just line them up, right? I can just be like, hey, you go next to that, you go next to that. Please line up. It really doesn't want to line up right now. It's being really annoying. I'm gonna take so much fall damage, by the way. Just from, you know, the hover pack running out of power. I'm used to it. It's gonna happen a lot, though. I'm also going to replace this with a double wall outlet. Just so I can power these up. And now I'm thinking maybe I should put this down first. And then line the water extractors up along the side here. That seems like it's going to be a lot easier to work with. Move it over a bit, like that. There you go. It's going to be the 4 making the water just for the blenders alone. Yeah, I think what I'll have to do is actually I'll have to put the 15 refiners on the 2nd floor and then double it up 4 more floors. Oh, jeez. A total of 4 floors in general. The reason I like Warframe, it has lots of important and actual human sounding female characters, none of them are sexualized. One of the most important. One is basically 75% a cyborg, one always uses a helmet, one we saw more in How the Face, and there's an organic robotic murder alien. Is originally our mother. And they sound like people with lives, interests, personality, not a single one. And not a single one has booba. That is Poggy. And I'm thinking, well, I'm gonna have to clear out these foundations again because they are too high. I need a smaller one. Problem is, it always places them on top, and I hate that. I'm gonna have to do it like that. There you go. Just build that out for now. There you go. Pull out a power line that goes between these. Power them up, might as well. Okay. Positive female representation in games is based. I agree, dude. It's rare. It is rare. So we gotta overclock these to do 200 each. Because water extractors are mostly pretty cheap on power, and it's worth overclocking them. That's what the power shards are for, after all. Overclocking. Put in 2 of these. Overclock that bad boy to 200, and there you go. Okay. Then we get 2 pipes of 400 each going into those blenders. This is gonna be sitting there, by the way. Just to have that ready already. I can even put that pipe there. Interesting. It's having some trouble with that in the way. There's no way that this pipe is actually gonna fill. It's like it goes too high. It's like that's more than 10 meters. It's gonna need a pump at some point. Let me just see where I'm gonna hook in these pipes, right? So, say this is gonna be our water input on that side. Like it needs to be like 1 off like that, and then this needs to be 1 off like that. So let's hook these up. It's always the inner one that I'm going for here. God, this is making stuff so unbelievably trivial. I love it. Well, I don't know, give me electric motor. And then I have 1 more hard drive to scan. There you go. Looks satisfactory to main character's film, but you don't notice it because it doesn't make a difference. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good argument, actually. It's a good example. I never really thought about it. You put in a pipeline hole here, and you put one in here. This is where our water is going to come in, so might as well hook these up right now. I'm just going to have stuff go down the line like so, and hook into the blenders. And then we're going to have the heavy oil residue just be in the middle and coming from above. So we're just gonna have two pipelines, right? We're just gonna have them like going around like this. I'm probably gonna have them hooked up on the wall. Well, at least one of them can be on the wall. Like that. I guess it's like that. There you go. And then... Oh, hold on. Let me put this here. That's for our first one. Our first water pipeline. It's gonna have to be Mark II, obviously, at this point. So say we have this line right here. This is where it comes in, so... We go over by 2 and then... But I wanted to... So the problem is it's gonna look a little ugly. Maybe if I do it vertically? Maybe if I do it in vertical mode? Maybe it's not enough verticality for it to matter? Invalid shape? Really? I'm gonna find a way to make this look neat. At this point, you know... That'll work. I'm convinced it will work. Do you want to see something that's like slightly cool? There's an Easter egg if you click at an energy graph too much. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that before. So this should be the water going into these now. I gotta set these all to the right recipe as well. As you can see, there aren't many recipes that the blenders are used for this early. Usually they're just supposed to make batteries, but the default battery recipe in these blenders is actually kind of shite. Yeah, these should be getting filled with water now. Lovely. Now we're just gonna hook up the second pipeline. I'll click on the power graph. There you go. It glitches out. Isn't that cool? Using the map Easter egg? If you say map Easter egg, I don't exactly know what you're talking about, but I'm going to assume that as soon as you mention what it is, I'll probably remember it. So, yeah, you know. In the map filter menu in the beacons tab, hovering over near the far display will display whenever you are in place of medium and pink before it's slowing out the bottom. The beacons and then what, the far display? Or what? 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 What are you trying to tell me? Filters. In the beacons tab. Yeah, okay. Well, in the beacons tab. Hovering over near then far will display wherever you are. Well, I haven't noticed anything. Maybe it's like a small Easter egg. I get it now, though. I get what you're supposed to do. Took me a minute to really understand what the Easter egg even wanted from me. Scoot this one over by like 2. It is written pretty strangely, yeah. Like, following it is not very straightforward. Alright, this is our second pipeline. Don't hook up to that. I want that to hook into there, so you know what? I guess that will have to do. That'll do. It's good enough. It's good enough. I can probably line it up roughly. And it can go into there. And it should be filling these up with water as well. Here it flows. Okay. Now I just need to get the heavy oil residue in there. That's pretty easy. I can just bring it around from this side or the other side. It doesn't really matter. Bringing it around this side makes more sense because this is like where all the pipe work is anyway. What's up, Iron Seaweed? Welcome to the stream, dude. How's it going? So we're just gonna have these sitting like right here in the center. We'll have one right there in the middle. And then one right before the end as well. And again, that's just a Mark II pipeline. God, the hover pack is so great. I'm already loving it. There you go. The final one always gets hooked up like that, and then, you know. Let's see if this works. Let's see if it likes this. It's acceptable. I have no idea what's going on. It just looks like a mess of tech. I mean, if you don't know how the game works, yeah, of course. It's gonna be a little overwhelming, right? But it's actually not that hard once you understand it a bit, like once you've seen a bit of the game. It's rather self-explanatory, really. Like, you've got machines like this, they have a recipe, they need inputs, they produce an output, right? This one needs pipes, so I'm setting up the pipes for the materials that need to go in. In this case, it's going to be water and heavy oil residue. The water is in the 2 pipes at the bottom here. I've split it into 2 sides because the pipes have a limit as to how much they can carry. And then the central pipe is going to have the heavy oil. And it just goes into these machines. Yeah, there's a bit of clipping, but, you know, I can live with it. Could be worse. Alright. So now I just gotta get this stuff piped over. Wait, that's not gonna work. What you do is you do this. And then... wait. Needs to be there. There you go. I'm gonna make this look nice. Gonna try to at least make it look nice. This goes right there. And then we have some of these set up right here. Right on top of those. There you go. Just somewhere along the lines here. I'm gonna have to deal with that residue, obviously. That resin. But that's gonna be another thing altogether. In a moment. I just want to get this all piped up. There you go. That's a nice pipe. Going around neatly. And... I mean... once I get all these hooked up, it should even output nicely. Let me get down a bit, so I can have this, like, a better angle, so I can know how to line these up, roughly. They line up decently well. It's always a bit of not Factorio. I've played both Factorio and this game. I will be honest, this game has always hooked me more than Factorio has. It's just, I don't know, something about my monkey brain prefers this game. Might as well build it with Mark IIs, doesn't really matter. I guess it's probably just because this game is prettier, right? It's got like the 3D, it's got the pretty world. Things are more animated, you'd see more and stuff like that. That's probably just why. You're gonna get mod if you have 1,000,000 points. I mean, that's the idea behind it. Whether or not I will ever actually let people redeem it is a completely different story, but technically, you can. It is possible. Technically. Yeah, it is amazing how not glitchy they are. I mean, the game has been in early access for 2 years now, so it's been actively developed, right? I can assume it was probably quite a bit worse at the start. Okay, so more research is completed. Let me just take a look at that. It's only one recipe that I can get anyway, and I'm never going to use it. Okay, well. So that's this part dealt with. Now, you see these big fucking refineries here? This is... hold on, the autosave. This is like 10 of them, right? As you can see, they take up a lot of space. I need to build 15 more of these! I don't think I can fit them on this floor. Let's see, like, if I were to, you know, squeeze these in right here, I can fit 5 more, if I'm lucky. Okay, sure. But then... you think I can fit in 10 more there? I don't know, dude. Let me see. If I were to start building them here. Because, like, even if I squeeze them in like that, I'm not gonna have a lot of space for pipe work and stuff like that, and that's the annoying part. Can I fit 10 in here? I can't. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna just cut my losses. I think I'm gonna put 5 more down here to deal with the polymer resin that is getting made by this stuff right here. To process all of that, I'm gonna put those down here, and then I'm gonna build a second floor for the last 10 refineries. Potentially. Actually, I think I can fit 20 refineries up here, because I have to double up this entire setup, right? This is all, like, what I'm building down here is only half of what I'm gonna end up building in total. So, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put 5 refineries down here to deal with the polymer resin from these guys. And then all the fuel that is made from these, like the fuel in here, and the recycled polymer resin gets sent up to the second floor where they make plastic and rubber. And then on the third floor, I have this entire setup again, where I then bring down the recycled resin and the fuel getting made upstairs. Because I think on the second floor, I can then double up that setup. It should work. I think I can definitely fit 20 refineries. That's not a problem. It's just that, you know, if there's blenders as well, it gets a little cramped. And, well, the game gives you the third dimension. You might as well use it, right? So this is just going to be recycling the polymer resin. And I only need 5 for that, right? Making residual rubber. So I'm just looking at my notes that I definitely just took from the wiki or whatever. I'm running out of power in the jetpack because I'm not close enough to the power poles. Let's leave some space here. And let's set this one up right here and see if I can fit 5. I technically can. I just need more copper sheets because apparently I'm running out of those. But this totally fits. That's cool. Okay, let's run back real quick and grab some stuff. Because clearly I underestimated how much stuff I would need. But because of all the pipe work and stuff. Let's count this down to just 15 and remove all the blenders, because I'm done for those for now. Whoops. So I know what to grab. Okay. Let's head back home. Grab some stuff from storage. Also, fill in this milestone in the top right so I don't keep forgetting about it. Look, it's a train. It's currently carrying nothing but a bit of fabric. And that's probably getting full soon. I need to make sure that I actually sink that. I should make sure that I'm sinking that stuff, because if the storage fills up with fabric, eventually my power production is gonna shut down. Because the byproduct from our power generation, we're turning into fabric just to get rid of it. But, you know, eventually, if there's too much of it, then the power generation will shut down, and that is a big problem. That is a very big problem. So while I'm here, which line does the fabric come in on? This one right here. As you can see, the storage is already full, so I think I'll just do this the quick and dirty way. I will put in a splitter right here and just bring a lift down. Oh, this should be a smart splitter though. Hold on. It needs to be a smart splitter. Otherwise, it doesn't make much sense. So what we do is we do the right output is fabric, and then the center output is no. The center output is fabric, and then the right output is overflow. So whatever's in excess goes down the right side, and then we put a lift down here. You hook up a merger right here, and then little conveyor belts just to sink it in here into the item sink and delete all the excess fabric. Just get rid of it. Also, might as well upgrade these belts. There you go. That's the thing, like when you start building and you're crouched, like it starts like glitching out a bit and stuff. Welcome back, Davi. The land of the living, the land of the returned. Right. Okay. This reminds me, I should probably upgrade like all of these belts as well. I will have to at some point. Might as well start with this one while I'm doing it. Oh, it's getting powered again. That's cool. It's very convenient, actually. Imagine you actually accidentally glitch inside the magic trash can. Thankfully, you don't die to that. But yes, that would be pretty painful if it happened to you. I can guarantee you that. That doesn't seem like it would be particularly enjoyable to die in. I will run out of materials just upgrading all this stuff, but now I'm kind of committed to doing it. This will change anyway, sooner rather than later. Might as well do as much upgrading as I can. It's still Mark IV. I want this to be a Mark V. And we're basically out. Okay, cool. If you wouldn't die, you would just lose all your stuff Minecraft style. It's like falling into the void. I mean, yeah, it does. It's basically an incinerator, so yeah. Like that item sink is essentially an incinerator. You take your excess items and you put them in there. You get some points for, you know, that's Pisa's body, by the way. Cool. You know, you get points for sinking stuff, and then you get coupons that you can spend on a little store. Man, that's a lot of fabric. Good thing I set that up now. Anyway, I came back not to upgrade pipes, but to grab building materials, namely these copper sheets, and I'm gonna need a ton of those. I also now have a ton of encased industrial beams that I do not need, and I'm gonna need more aluminum. So dump all that shit in there, send it into another sink. Just to, you know, get rid of it, really. Might as well get some value out of it. Because what I want is the higher tier of belts, which is this stuff right here. I'm gonna grab a bunch of it. There you go. Turning users into electronic coupons for coffee mugs and excruciating amounts of pollution. Exactly. Look, this guy gets it. Oh well, I just got rid of all the beams. I do still need to keep some of them. I just realized, like, wait a minute. There's a little to-do list on the right side, and I just dumped all the encased industrial beams that I'm supposed to be using for this. Plus, I had like 3 extra for some reason. Like, I'm gonna grab like a stack, 2 stacks. There you go. That'll do. Okay. Let us commence forth, aka head back to the construction site. Hello, Val. How's it going? Welcome. Are you having a good Wednesday, my dude? Look at that beautiful rock formation. Wow, crazy. Spent the past half day setting up the new PC. Right, you got a new PC. Is it already up and running? Is it working? Did you already game? Are you winning, son? I'm assuming you haven't downloaded games, let alone played them. But you never know. It's a good time to use one of these as well. There you go. Regen that health. Yeah, just right, you can turn the sky into a giant neon sign. I mean, it essentially already is. Have you seen this pretty game? Anyway, what was I doing here? I was gonna build 5 more refineries, so I could finally get rid of all this polymer resin. So, hold on. That's the entrance right here. I'm actually gonna set this off a bit like that. That way there's like an exact amount back there. Perfect. Current issues is activating Windows, and I can't use my second monitor because it has VGA and my new PC has no ports for that. Is it VGA only? Really? You tell me your monitor has only got a VGA port. That's crazy. I'm actually gonna turn these around, I think. Have the output be on the backside. Which is the blue part is the output. I'm gonna start them on this side instead. There you go. And there's only gonna be one output here because this is making residual rubber. There you go. With polymer resin and water. Let me just reaffirm this. This is gonna take 40 each, so these are gonna take 200 polymer resin. And these are making 20 each, so we're making 200 polymer resin. Okay, cool. So we need 200 water going into here as well. Cool. Good stuff, good stuff. It has HDMI, but because me and my mom upgraded extremely rarely, we only have one HDMI cable, which is used in my other monitor. I see. So you gotta wait until you get another HDMI cable. Man, I should really set up a better power distribution here as well. Like, every couple of walls like this. There you go. Might as well hook them up already. Like so, and then this one goes right in here. There you go. Okay. So this is the output side, right? Very pog indeed. Merger goes... actually... I think I'm wanting to go that side, because it goes upstairs anyway, right? So, residual rubber. Merger going out here. I didn't bring any iron rods. Anyway, back to installation. See you later. See you later, Val. Good luck with that. That is incredibly Poggers Champion. PogChamp gamers. Yeah. I am pogging. I really like it, like if you think about it, right? That like one dude's funny face he made in like a video 10 years ago has not only coined an expression that is now known as the Pog face and, you know, emulated by millions, beloved by millions, but also spawned the idea of the Pog face just because they randomly decided to turn it into an emote and call it Pog Champion. Like, they could have called the emote anything, right? They chose to call it PogChamp, and that's all that happened. But it was enough to make it, you know, to basically embed it into an entire generation's culture. Like, everyone's gonna know what a PogChamp is of this generation. What did I come here for? Iron rods. I get sidetracked so easily by just talking about random shit. Let me just check my inventory. Is there anything else that I should grab while I'm here? What I should do is get that hazmat suit milestone. That's what I should do. So let's make some of these filters. What do we need for them again? Coal. Coal. Don't happen to have any of that lying around, do we? That's, a bit annoying. Where's the closest place I could grab some coal? Which one is this? This is the bootleg gold. I guess the coal power plant should get me some. Internet is simultaneously amazing and terrifying. Yeah? Pog is a global scale of mass hysteria. No, those were Pogs. Those were like something different. I don't know if people were actually hysteric about it, but yeah. The goal of this game is to build shit, basically. I mean, there's the big old space elevator right there. It has like milestones that you need to, you know, build certain parts for. And, you know, you need to automate factories and stuff to build those parts for you. So, ideally, you know, you want to do that. I've hit the final tier that actually unlocks stuff, because the game is still in early access, so, like, there's one more tier of space elevator stuff, and I want to fulfill that. But before I do that, I obviously have to automate all the other materials that I'm not only gonna need for that, but also for building. And also just because it's fun to build giant factories. It's very cool. And run around desperately trying to find out one machine that makes that one item that you really, really need, but you don't know where the hell you put it. That's why you plan. That's why you do the planning on where the items are gonna go, where you run your conveyor belts, which storage bin you put stuff into, etc., etc. Time to just walk up this mountain. Is this? You think it's gonna be faster with the hover pack? Because there's power poles all over this stairwell, so this might be faster with the hover pack. I can get powered up from the power poles, so yeah, this actually works mighty fine. Anyway, this is the old coal power plant. It pales in comparison to the cool oil power plant or fuel power plant, but you know. I'm just gonna grab a bit of coal out of each of these generators, because they're all stacked anyway. I think 4 stacks should be enough. Hold on. How much does this need? A single filter needs 5. I need to make 50, so I need... I need 250 coal? Yeah, okay, I have enough. Cool. Thanks already, let's just speedrun from one to the other. I mean, yeah. MC Create mod is cool though. Create is one of the best Minecraft mods ever created. Ooh, that's a nice wordplay there. Yeah, it's like... It is by far one of the coolest mods ever made. Just from an aesthetic standpoint alone, right? Because like it's all moving parts and shit like that. The fact that it's actually got cool functionality alongside it is just a bonus. It's very nice. Congrats on the wordplay. It's almost as if they planned for that when they named the mod Create. I don't know how to work it, I just love the aesthetic. Yeah, like that's the amazing thing about the mod, right? It's not just like the conveyors and like the mechanical force and like all the automation stuff you can do. It adds a ton of just cool looking blocks that you can build with if you're into building. You get a nice amount of blocks that have a cool palette to choose from that you can build with. It's really nice. You can make yourself sea green, you can. It's a bunch of colors to choose from in the world. Did you not know that you can change the name color on Twitch? You were just left with that lime green by default. It's not even lime green, it's more mint green. Let's make these filters, just so I can get this out of my head. I can finally have it done. I'm gonna have to grab some fabric. I already have 20 of them, so even better. Not a Twitch native, just chill occasion. I mean, that's fine. You learn something new every day. Alright, once we got 50 of these. Cool. I'm actually just gonna dump these into the chest here, this coal, in case we ever need more of it. And then I'm just gonna grab some more of the gold wire. And we're gonna dump this stuff into the pod, unlock this little milestone, just to get it out of the way. It's been a while since I changed my name's color. Dude, I decided to change my name color for the first time since I made my Twitch account. Like, I set it to green when I made my Twitch account way back when.
With the new hazmat suit and
filters, I think I want to do advanced aluminum before I want to unlock nuclear, because I'm not going to do anything with nuclear. I might as well do this first. It's going to be more interesting, but yeah. Like, I set it to, like, lime green when I made my account, and then I never bothered with it. And then, just like a couple of weeks ago, I decided to finally, you know, change my name color for once, and I made it, like, blue instead. Which is pretty cool. Anyway, I have everything I need now. I initially just went back for the iron rods, but, you know, now because this pod is going to take 5 minutes to come back, I might as well get that little, milestone unlocked. Cool. Yeah, oh, Davi's red now. You chose lime green if you channel as a bright bloom purple. That's the thing. Back when I made the account, I didn't even stream. First of all, I didn't even stream back when I made my Twitch account. I made it like a year or two before I even started streaming. So I just, you know, made it that green because I was like, oh, it looks cool. It's nice and contrasting, right? Streamers have an easy time reading it in both dark and light mode or something like that. And that was all the thought process behind it, really. But then I, you know, like a couple weeks ago, I thought, well, you know what? My color scheme, You know, like this whole thing for my channel, they're kind of like blue and purple pink. So I might as well go with a blue name. It fits a little bit better. It makes more sense. So here we are. Anyway, the whole reason we went on this aside is just so I could grab these and build 5 of them like that. There you go. Also, I'm gonna have to put in a conveyor wall here so that I can get this conveyor belt to run out. Because I'm gonna bring it upstairs, but I'm gonna bring it upstairs from the outside. I have like a lift that brings it up and then into the other floor. Anyway, this is making rubber, right? This is gonna just make residual rubber. So I'm gonna have to bring water in, probably down this line right here. Yeah. I'll probably have the fuel on the ground floor and then water above it. Although, maybe I'll bring the water in up top. Yeah, I think I'll do it like this. I'll have the pipeline here. That's where we have another water pipeline going in, so this is where we build another water extractor. Hopefully on this side, if it fits. It seems like it does. That's very nice. It can't quite align with that, unfortunately. But it can go there. Okay. This bad boy is going to be overclocked a bit, so we can get 200 water per minute. There you go. I can use a Mark 1 pipe for this, which is nice. And this fits 3 pipes nicely. That's very cool. And then we just bring it over. You see that the entrance is right there, so we bring it over by 2, and then I think if I bring it in like this, yeah, there you go. It works. Alright. Now we just hook this up to power, and problem is solved. I should upgrade this power pole to a Mark II, so I have more slots. There you go. Show the seaweed peas this monster. Yeah, so, you know, my friend Peas, who is not here today, but who I usually play with, he's built some monstrosities in this game. I might show them later. For the time being, you know, I'll let this stand as something where you can see what it should look like. You're outputting 200. I'm just worried about the head lift. I just want to make sure that it can actually lift up this high. It looks like it can get the water through this pipe here. It shouldn't be... This is less than 10 meters, right? Like, one of these walls is 4 meters tall. So this is at most... Actually, this might just be exactly 10 meters. But I don't know... Where's the head lift of these machines measured? That's the thing I don't remember. Is it measured at where the output is, or is it measured at the top of the machine? Because you could think, well, there's technically some sort of pump in here, right? This is pumping. Is this color better? It hasn't changed on my end. You're still red. Yeah, it hasn't updated. I guess I'll see. Because the flow rate in here, this seems to be filled up. I'm just gonna build some pipelines in here, and then we'll see if it works. And then we'll know. Like, if I bring it in, I might as well connect these up. Bada bing, bada boom. And then we'll see if there's flow through here. It looks like there is, so it works out fine. It's a subtly darker red. Yeah, it is very subtle, actually. I notice now. Yeah, it is. That is a very subtle change. Like, I can only tell by comparing them. Oh, man. Yeah, it's like a slight change in saturation, exactly. Inputs are on this side, so let's bring this over. That's not the right button. This is the right button. Actually... Have them... Keep pressing the wrong button. Have them here. There you go. And then gotta bring this in line a little bit, so I think like so should work. And now I just gotta make sure that it rotates nicely, so there. I think this is gonna be good. I think it's gonna be looking fine. So now we just bring this all the way back here. Hope that that is enough, ideally. And that works out beautifully. Let's see if it works out beautifully with this as well. It does. Nice. Love to see it. Just hook these up like that, and like that. They're a little crooked, but you know, it's as good as it gets. Check Discord DMs real quick. Sure. This is how it's supposed to look when I get this. I think maybe the reason why it looks different, you know, on the color picker compared to the you know, the actual output might be because of like better Twitch TV or something. Or some browser extension doing that. Yeah, my Nightbot just like does whatever he wants. He pogs every once in a while. He's a bit of a pogger, you know? This is the output side of it, yeah, so at least bringing around this stuff is gonna be that hard. Question is, do I want it on the floor? Because I could bring it up, but I guess, no, I'll have it on the floor, that's fine. We'll just bring it around. Line it up with these poles. And then we just have some splitters sitting right here. I love the mod that allows building these to be so quickly done. It's so nice. But this should take care of all the polymer resin and turn it into rubber. And we'll have this part dealt with. Now this is the crazy thing, right? This is the crazy thing. Basically all we're doing with all the oil, well like half the oil right now, is we're just turning it into this heavy oil residue and some polymer resin. There's not even that much polymer resin. It's just 200 polymer resin, and we're turning that into 100 rubber. It's just 100 rubber. Not even. I think it's something like that. Maybe? I don't really know. No, yeah, it's 100 rubber. Yeah, we're turning into 100 rubber. So we're just getting 100 rubber. But we're going to use this 100 rubber and all the fuel we're turning the heavy oil residue into using some cheeky recipes. Specifically, the recycled plastic. So as you can see, we can take the rubber and the fuel to turn it into plastic, and then we turn some of that plastic back into rubber again. So basically, we can turn 100 rubber and a ton of fuel into 450 rubber and plastic. And that is insane. So let's build this up a bit. This is where the fun part begins. Watch this. You've never seen this before. Avert your eyes. It might be too sexual. I don't know. Breaking the laws of physics, exactly. Just gotta make sure I don't build this out too far. There you go. And then we just build this out. There you go. Second floor built. I used thicker foundations than I should have, but it seems awfully convenient to just levitate around. Oh, let me tell you, this hover pack is absolutely wonderful. Wonderful stuff, man. It is very nice. And there's more room for these giant refineries. I'm also going to use this little area here to just build a bit of a stairwell, I guess. And by stair, I guess I mean a walkway? So, just so I can get up in case I don't happen to have a jetpack around. That's not gonna work out. So let's have it go like halfway like that. And then we put a turn on it. And another one, and then... Man, if I brought it out one more, it would have fit very perfectly. If only I had known that to begin with. That was just all by sight, by the way. I almost nailed it completely. There you go. Just in case I, you know, don't happen to be carrying around a... Plus I can, like, extend this out and have a walk... Actually... Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a walkway that goes, like, around the factory here, so I just have a bit of a place to walk on, you know? In case I want to assess this from above. One more. Actually... No. This is where we will put a crossing. And then we'll have it go off this way a bit. And then we'll have a T-crossing right here. And we'll extend these out. Like so. And like so. And then we'll do the same over here. Alright. I can have a nice overview of this entire place. That thing where you place multiple walkways in one. Yeah, that's a mod that someone made. It's called the Smart mod. It's not an official game mechanic, but it's an amazing mod. It's a very great mod, and I've been playing with it, not this entire playthrough, because it wasn't updated when I started this playthrough, but it was updated, you know, like a week ago. And I refuse to play without it now. It is so unbelievably good. I guess because this is a 2-meter tall foundation. It should only be a 1 meter. There you go. Just a slight beauty mark, you can call it. You can do the same for almost any building thing, right? You can do it for the platforms, obviously. It's what I did earlier. But you can do it for walls. You can do it for anything. I think I'll be walking around here for a bit. Let's just build these out. Like, look at that. If I had to place all of these walls manually, that would have taken me hours to do. And that, it took me like 2 seconds. It's bloody beautiful. Just extend it out, and considering we're gonna have to build these walls anyway, might as well do it ahead of time. Bring it over. I don't have enough iron plates. Okay, yeah. Let me grab some. Nail that landing. Okay. Cool. That's amazing. Yeah, it saved me so much time, especially on these big builds I'm making here. It has saved me a ton of time. I actually gotta go. Alright, see you. Have a good one, dude. Cheers for stopping by. Have a good one. Right. Just so I got an email from Twitch telling me that one of my subscriptions got renewed. Wonder which one it is. I think that was my Logic subscription. I can check, I guess. Should be my Logic sub. It totally is, dude. Poggers. Okay. Man. I'm running out of iron rods as well. Building all those walkways. So I'm gonna grab some stacks of those. Grab some stacks of these. And we're looking pretty again. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, the summers come around so quickly. It's like 8:30 in the evening now, right? in some seasons you would say it's nighttime. It's bright as day outside. It's insane, dude. Summertime has come around. It's fucking ridiculous, man. I love it. I love it. That being said, it's also getting warmer, and the warmth is mildly comforting, but also discomforting because I gotta turn on my air conditioning so I don't die. Oh yeah, once this is done and built with just 3 floors, it's gonna be looking nice. It's gonna be looking really nice. I can definitely fit 20 refineries in here. Not a doubt in my mind. Build that up. Not that far. I mean, I could, but, you know. That looks fine to me. And we'll just finish this up. So that means this pipeline is actually not gonna be on this level. Also, I'm guessing, yeah, this wire that I set up here has become disconnected. There you go. So let's bring that around. Spread the power out a bit. Oh, come on. You can't put it there. Who do you think you are? Now, I don't know how I'm actually going to set up the refineries in here yet, so this is all just preemptive, preliminary. Nothing is set in stone. I'll do for now. Okay. So, this corner is where I want to bring up the rubber. So let's do that. And then I gotta pump up the fuel here as well. How am I gonna do that? Where am I gonna bring up the fuel? Ideally, I probably bring it outside and then wrap that around as well. I can either do it that way, or I can have like a little spine in the middle here somewhere for that. Like a little pumping tower. Maybe this area could make use for that. I can have like this little 4x4 here, so... By 4x4 I mean 2x2. And that's just for pumping stuff up. Could work. Could work. It's certainly a possibility. Certainly an option. Because yeah, all I'm gonna need here is fuel and... Yeah, fuel and the rubber. And I get some extra fuel out of this as well. Hold on. I just realized. I never actually did that part of the math. Like, hold on. When you recycle plastic, so we're getting 200 rubber, we're gonna have 4.3 of these making recycled plastic, right? Wait a minute. Yeah, something about this map seems a little sus. Hold on. So we're making 200 rubber. Right, let me just cross-reference. We're making 200 rubber. No, we're making 100 rubber. We've got 5 refineries making 20 each. We're making 100 rubber. out of 200 resin. Yeah, okay. 100 rubber means 3.1 of these can make plastic. Where did this graphic get the 4.3? Huh? That doesn't seem right. That just doesn't seem right. It just doesn't make sense. Like, why is it like that? There is another graphic that I could use instead. But I'm unfortunately not quite sure how that would work. They also say 5 residual rubber, and then all of that rubber goes into recycled plastic. And some of it goes back. That's weird as well. So, how would this change the plan? I'm just trying to think. It's making me understand math less than normal. It's great as well because you're not even seeing what I'm seeing right now. I'm looking at like a different picture on my other monitor. But suffice to say, I am trying to figure out this whole ordeal right now. Just give me a second here. So this is... Yeah, I don't know where this weird ratio came from on the other graphic that I was looking at, but this one seems a lot more reasonable. This one's just more correct. So what we do is we take all the rubber we're making, right? We're making 100 rubber. We combine that with fuel to make this. So that's going to be 100 rubber plus 100 fuel of the 800 we're making in total? Yeah, 800 in total. Getting turned into plastic. So that's going to be 200 plastic getting made. Because it doubles it. And then out of that 200 plastic, you take a bit of it and you turn it into rubber again, and then you turn that rubber back into plastic again? Okay, hold on. What was the deal with the other graphic? What was the other graphic trying to tell me? The other one seemed kind of good as well, but... This one wants to have 4.3. Taking care of the rubber. Why 4? We're making 100 rubber, right? So it would be 3.3. Man, this is just duping plastic. I mean, it kind of is. Like, these recycled recipes are very interesting because they essentially double up whatever you put into it, either rubber or plastic. There's obviously the alternative for rubber, right? And they just take some fuel. And people have figured out in older versions and now in newer ones as well, just using the blenders, that is the most efficient way of turning oil into either rubber or plastic. It's just that the ratios and the amount of machines you need are very weird and complex. So I'm just trying to quickly understand what is going on here. So what this dude wants me to do is take 100 rubber and put it into 4.3 of these. So 4 of them and then one that's clocked down to 30%. Which is going to consume, unfortunately, 129 instead of 100. So I don't know where he got that idea from. If you want to take up 100, you only need 3.3. Well, 33. So that might be a typo. But then what you can do, say you took all that plastic that you make right? So you make 200 plastic, and then you can turn that back into rubber. Yeah, no, I'm going with the other graphic. The other graphic is a little bit weirder, and has some weird ratios, but the other one seems like it works out much better. Anyway, what I gotta do first anyway, before I even worry about that whole thing, is I need to bring all this fuel over, right? So let's hook up the outputs here, and... oh, jeez, yeah, there's like a mess of pipes over here. Can I demolish that wall? Yeah, there's a problem there, isn't it? Let's bring it out into the middle there. Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it up. So let's do it there. So let's do that pipe work first. And then I'll worry about the other stuff. Once I've got that whole ordeal sorted. This game is a word problem. Yeah. To an extent. It's about trying to get the most out of your resources. I could just, you know, make a very inefficient setup. But where's the fun in that? These are not the right outputs. These were the item outputs, not the liquid outputs of these machines. So I need to rebuild these here, on this line. Like so. At least I get flight to make this a little bit easier. To aid me in my building process here. Whoops. I put the wrong output there. Okay. Yeah, bring this around. And we'll bring it up one level. Let me do the other side first. I put these on the wrong one as well. Cannot believe it. I put this one on the right one, but I put the other ones on the wrong one. It's hard to tell when you're just above it like this, which output is actually the one you're looking for. Okay. Hook into there, and that into there. Okay. So then we want to bring this stuff over to there, and then bring it up there. I mean, that's fair. This is how people taught me math. I would probably be a lot better at it. I mean, it's kind of there's a bit of math involved. It's not purely math. There's a lot more to math than just figuring out the ratio on efficient production here, right? But it certainly is a part of it. It's certainly a lot more attractive, and it's why I'm having so much fun with it. There's a bit of neatness in here as well, right? Because you want to be as neat as possible with whatever you're building. Anyway, you need to keep these pipes separate, because each pipe can only carry up to 600 fluid per minute, and each one makes 400. So we have 800 in total, and that is too much. That being said, I have an idea. It's a very scary idea, but what if I bring this up like that, and then I bring this up like that? Doesn't quite work out, huh? Yeah, that's annoying. This one pipe, this conveyor belt is in the way. That's annoying. I want this to look good, God damn it. Ah. Well, I could bring these up just more if I wanted to, I guess. Instead of having them just go here, like what if I just brought them over a little bit and then brought them up more? We had them running here instead, like on this line. Like so. There you go. That could work, right? And we have this one coming in like so. And then we have this one come out of there. Come around here. And yeah, maybe that one should be the bottom one, obviously. Something like that, yeah. That could work. You just You just gotta move this a bit. It's a little cramped, you know? It's a little cramped. Just a little bit. Can this work? That can work. Then just to make this one work, we gotta... Okay, if this works, I'm going to be very happy. That is offset too much. That's not gonna work. That? Does that work? Oh, baby, it does. Good enough? Good enough. Looks good. All I wanted was to just have this line. Coming over here, this way. And a nice stack, so I can bring it up over here. That's all I needed. And there we go. The pipes of fuel shall flow. I enjoyed my stay. White people happy. Yo. Poggers champion. I think I'm gonna put a wall in here to bring this up on. Like... Kinda like that. Because it's... I think it's gonna make stuff a little bit easier to work with here. Yeah. And we just bring them up like so. Boom. And... well... I guess like that. That hooks in directly. That's nice. This is gonna have to be brought over a bit more. Yeah. I thought so. Okay. Boom. And then we just want them up here, so... This is going to be one of the fuel lines. So this is going to be the... This is going to be the one... Oh no. Progress on Water Park? Working towards it, I suppose. I guess, yeah. That's what's going on, yeah. Have these on that level. I'm afraid I might not sound very convincing, Dave, but, you know. It is what it is. Put in some pumps here. The pumping station. Ah, shit, it's facing the wrong way. I need to make sure that these are at the same height. Otherwise I'm gonna go insane if they aren't. They still aren't quite, huh? That looks as good as it gets to it. That's as good as it's gonna get. Live with it. Just live with it, please. Brain, don't worry about it. I can make that better. Have that sitting right in between there. Powering those two. This is just to pump it upstairs. Otherwise we're gonna have trouble getting it up there. If the save ends without a water park, you'll be a bigger coward than the devs. I accept the challenge, don't worry about it. It's just gonna take a... you know... a bit. That's all. It's just gonna take a bit. Don't you worry about it, though. Don't you worry about it. Where's Peas? Asleep, I'm assuming. He's just asleep today. So we're rocking the solo for the time being. I'm leaving. See you later. See you later. Bye. Have a great time. I guess I can close this up too. Let me just see, because now there's a change of plans here. And I'm gonna need much more refineries than I initially anticipated. Like, a lot more. The ratios should stay about the same. How am I gonna plan this out? So first of all, we have the rubber coming up here. That is a given. That is a gimme. So let's do that. There you go. That should work, right? Yeah, I can just hook into there. It's gonna be rubber coming through? Hell yeah, okay, cool. So this is 100 rubber. That's gonna go into... We're gonna need a total of 567 rubber per minute. And just as much fuel. And then we're gonna need to take about 230 of the plastic we're making to turn into rubber again. That will then make more plastic. God, that's so frickin' weird. So... Initially, we're gonna have some rubber coming in here. And we're gonna end up having a total of 567 rubber. So let's have the plastic ones, which is gonna be 19 refineries. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. I think I'm gonna need a couple more than just 9. Like, if I want to have this turn out fully, I need... 27 refineries? Jeez. That's a lot more than I anticipated. But yeah, it would have seemed way too simple if it wasn't... If it was just this stuff, right? And that would have been way too simple? Like, this complex chain out of recycling and stuff just seems a lot more sensible. Sure as hell does. Sure as hell does. There's something I'm wondering. Here's something I'm wondering about ever so slightly. Residual plastic takes more polymer resin, but less... Ah. Should look at that. So I think this ratio is going to be different for the rubber line. Interesting. Well, let's do this one first, though. Yeah, this is the one with the residual rubber. Doing this one first. Any other way would have been way too simple. It's gonna be very weird. It's gonna be a very weird setup. But I know what to do with it now. So how much of the plastic? They're making 30 each, and we need to take 233 of the plastic and turn it back into rubber again. So that is 7, 8. Yeah, so that's a 7 point something, right? Yeah, that's a 7 point something. So 7.78 of them are gonna be making us... They're gonna be plastic that's gonna get turned back around. Right. Let me grab all this stuff that I'm obviously going to need. Just for the plastic alone. I don't need this much. I need much more of these. Again, I don't need that much. I'm gonna need a ton of this stuff. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing now. So we'll set up 8 of these refineries first to make plastic. That will then get turned back into rubber and then get fed into... That rubber then gets fed into the rest of the refineries that will be making the final amount of plastic. Ideally. Ideally. Let me just see if these, the math checks out on this as well. Like, it's gonna be slow to start, but eventually the whole thing should pick up steam, and that's what matters. And then the numbers are gonna look a bit different when we make the rubber. I mean, the output's gonna be the same, but, you know, the input's gonna be slightly different. Like, this whole ordeal is gonna look a bit different. Okay, so we want... Let me check that, right? We want a total of 233 divided by 30. Yeah, so that's that. Exactly. Okay, cool. So this checks out. This math that I have looked at checks out nicely. So we'll just have the refineries chilling here. 8 of them. These are all going to be making recycled plastic using the rubber. Now, it's obviously not going to be immediately fully efficient, but yeah, it'll come with time. Here's hoping that this works. Now, one of these is clocked down. So, hold on. This is going to make, like, 7 of them are fully clocked. So we have 7 times 60. No, wait. This is for the... Jeez, no, this doesn't make sense. We need half as many, right? We need half as many for this. Because we're making 60 per minute. So yeah, we need to divide by 60. So we need 3.88. So we need 4 of these only. 1, 2, 3, 4. We don't need the other... We don't need the other 4. Just yet, at least. Okay, yeah, this is more like it. And because this is going to be making 60, 120, 180, and then the target rate for this is going to be 40 point... No, it's not... It's not going to be 60? It's not going to be 60 on top of 180. It's going to be... jeez. Minus 180? So, like, 53.3? So that number right there. And that's the rubber that we will then need in total. This is where some of the fuel is going to go as well. And then the rest of it is going to... Yeah. This is going to be making enough... We're going to have to loop some of the rubber around here as well. That's fine. I'll figure out a way for that. We'll have a merger sitting here, I guess. For this. But that's the initial injection of it. Yes, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Gonna have to bring around some fuel. Gonna have to bring around extra rubber as well. What's the rubber for? So that's this is the complexness about this, right? So what we're doing, let me walk you through the entirety. Why this is so utterly complex, like why this chain is so insane. That's That over there is our oil node. That is getting us 600 oil per minute. This setup right now is only going to use half of that. It's only going to use 300. What we have here is a bunch of refineries turning that oil into heavy oil residue and some polymer resin. The oil residue is the main result. That's 10 of them, so that's using 300 of that oil, right? The heavy oil residue gets sent around and gets mixed with water in order to make fuel, which is then, used for the recycling process. And the resin is getting sent around and turned into rubber. The idea then is to take that rubber and that fuel using this recycling recipe that we, set in these here to make plastic. And this is where the complex part comes in. You then take a bit of this plastic, turn it back into rubber, and then you take this rubber combined with that rubber coming in and turn all of it into plastic again for a total of 900 plastic per minute. So you're essentially getting 3 plastic per oil that you're extracting. Normally, when you make plastic directly, so instead of having this recipe, you use the direct plastic recipe, you get 200 per minute out of 300 oil. As you can imagine, this ratio is a lot better, but it is insanely complex. And I am slowly, but surely, losing my fucking mind. But what I can do is, so this is gonna be the plastic that gets turned into rubber again. So we'll have this go over here, get turned into rubber, and loop the rubber back around. And then we'll have the entire rubber chain go along here and turn all of it into plastic. So what we'll do is we'll have like a space here, just so I know that this is a different chain. And this is gonna be consuming, how much rubber? It's going to be consuming 466.67 rubber. So, yeah, what you need to imagine is this is going to make 233 rubber per minute, roughly. So we have, that amount. And, plastic per minute. And then this is going to get doubled again. So we have this amount. So this amount of plastic is going to get made. And then this amount of of rubber is gonna get made, and this amount of rubber then gets divided by the 30 needed each, so I need to build 16 refineries. This is all I had to know. This is the number I needed. The 15 here is the number I needed. So now I know how many refineries I need to build in order to make the last of the plastic. This checks out. Yeah, this checks out. Okay. Now, I don't think I'll be able to fit 16 refineries in a row here. I can fit 11, it seems. Wait a minute. They need to be facing this way anyway, okay. I just made sure that those aren't facing the wrong way. So I think I'll put 10 here. Like that. And then I'll put the remaining 6 elsewhere. And I'm starting to think, what if, instead of putting them along the line here, I flip them around, right? This is why I leave the space, but I flip them around. And then I can have them fed from both sides here. So I just have 8 here, and then I have 8 on the other side, like this. Lined up like so. And these are all going to be making recycled plastic. Yeah. And then I just bring the rubber around from here, so... Bring it around like so. And it's gonna go into all of these. Yeah. And then we take the plastic out of these, we make more rubber, like back here somewhere, where I can still fit it in. It's gonna be a little squeezy, but at least it's not gonna take that many refineries. Maybe I can squeeze these a little closer. I think I can squeeze these a little tighter. These don't have to be that far apart. I think this should work. Should be a little bit more straightforward. Obviously, you can't have the splitters working super well with this, unfortunately. The automatic splitters, so I'm actually not going to have them automatically connect to the buildings because it's going to be a problem otherwise. But we can have these sitting right here. Whoops. And they're going to be feeding into all these refineries. Yeah, figuring this stuff out is going to be a pain. And this is only half of it. Again, we're only using half the oil right now. The other half is going to be turned into 900 rubber per minute, using the same idea, just, you know, inverting the recipes, and the ratios are probably going to be slightly different, but it's the same idea. Just, a lot of tedious belt work, necessarily. And this isn't even accounting for the fuel yet that I'm gonna have to pump into all these refineries as well. I'm gonna miss one of these belts, and I'm gonna be very confused about why this whole thing isn't working. Okay. So we bring this around. So that's this part done. This is just plastic stonks, exactly. And rubber as well, but yeah. It's really cool if you take away the complexity. It do be. It do be. Yeah, I can definitely fit in the last refineries here now. No problem. So let's hook these up and bring the plastic around. I'm gonna say this way. I'm gonna say this way. So we're gonna... Whoops. I need to enable the setting again so that the whole thing gets a little bit quicker. So this is the initial plastic that gets made. That's going to get turned back into rubber. We're going to bring that over here. We're going to have the refineries. So let me think about this again, right? So we're getting 233 point lots of threes. We're going to divide that by 30. That is the number that is on the spreadsheet. That is very good. My math checks out. So we need to build 8 more refineries. One of them is going to be underclocked a bit. Matter of fact, one of these needs to be underclocked. One of these needs to be underclocked, and I don't know which one. Also, I'm going to have to set the recipes. I'll do it with the mergers. Let me do that real quick. So this is going to be plastic output on one side. Now these all should have the recipe set, yeah. So again, this was a ×2, and then you divide the whole frog rate, but not really. What? Not actually? No, wait. Oh, it's because his game started, right? He's to restart his stream or whatever. That is the amount of... So we divide this by 30? So one of these needs to be clocked to, like, that weird amount. Okay, so hold on. We have 15 of these working at full steam, right? So that's 15 times 60, so that's 900. I'm losing it, dude. We specifically didn't rate you. I see how it is, you know? I see how it is. It's fine, it's fine, I get it. Well, who did he rate then? One of his TF2 buds or whatever? I thought he was still streaming. I thought he was, like, playing a TF2 game or whatever. Anyway, you know, so I'm just asking. I'm just asking. Just to see how bad of a friend I've been. It's okay. I've got all twisted up on the math now. Something doesn't check out here. Something doesn't check out here. Wait a second. Because 15 refineries makes the 900. And 15 times 30... Whoops. Times 30 is 450 rubber. Am I making this too complex? Is this spreadsheet outdated? Something tells me this is too complex. Let's go from the back, right? So, we want 900 plastic net at the end. So that needs 15 refineries working with 30 rubber each. Okay. So you need 450 rubber. 450 rubber is going to need... well, 450 rubber is gonna need... 225 plastic. 225 plastic. You can make 200 out of this stuff, which is where the extra detritus comes around, right? But I have a feeling that something about it just doesn't check out. When do you recreate the moss room with 56,000 melons? That's essentially what this is at this point, dude. Except that I am losing my mind. Because there's two approaches to this, and they both check out, and that's what's fucking driving me insane right now. Okay, so also bear in mind you have 800 fuel. The amount of fuel you consume is always going to be the amount of stuff you consume for this. So we're going to consume 450 fuel for this, and we're going to consume another 200. You know, the fuel should be totally enough. But I have a feeling that this entire thing is... like, this is too much. Let's run it back, right? Run it back. You want 900 plastic. Which these 15 refineries should be able to net you. To begin with. It's basically a question of how do you turn 100 rubber and 800 fuel into 900 plastic, right? That's essentially the idea behind it. Is there a build height limit in this game? There is, but it is very tall, believe me. You can go very high. Like, realistically, if you just play the game normally, you're never gonna reach it. So, yeah. So you have 900 you want to make, right? You want to have 900. It's getting made at 60 each, so that is going to be 15 refineries. Make this whole thing vertical then? I already am, dude! I can't make it any more vertical. If you mean like I stack 15 refineries on top of each other, then no, you're insane. You're absolutely insane. That would be horrible to work with. It would be possible, but it would be absolutely abhorrent to work with, dude. That's not happening, dude. That's not happening. Anyway, so you have the 15 refineries. So 15 times 30 is going to need 45. 45 rubber, 450 rubber, and 450 fuel. Okay. You have a jetpack, so... it's not built for that. Okay, you have 450 rubber that you need. So, again, that 450 rubber, let me just grab one of these. It's going to be made at 60 per. So we need 7.5 refineries making the rubber. So you have 7.5 times 30. So you need 225 plastic, which is what this is for. So now, this 225 plastic is going to get made here. 225 plastic made at 60 per is going to be 3.75 refineries. So this needs to be at 75%. There you go. Ideally. And then that should be it. This is a lot simpler than this graphic that I'm looking at tells me. And that's weird. Because this graphic that I'm looking at also checks out. You get 900 plastic out net. That leaves you with... but for some reason they're making extra? And I don't really know why. I don't really know why. Is it because of the fuel requirement? So let's think of it like this, right? So we have 3.75 times 30. So 3.75... whoops, didn't clear it. 3.75 times 30, so that's that much fuel. Plus 7.5 times 30. Plus 15 times 30. No, that works out perfectly. We get a little bit of excess fuel, actually. Okay, so this is actually a lot simpler. All we do is we just get rid of one of these refineries that we don't actually need. And, doesn't really matter which side I get rid of it on, yeah. This one is fine. Although, now that I think about it, I think I want to keep it on this side just for the sake of it being a little bit neater. It seems like it makes more sense on this side. There's no way that's actually connected. I don't believe it is. Not for a second. So we're gonna remove this one instead. You're gonna get the recycled plastic. You already have recycled plastic. Okay. Okay. And then we have the same thing over here. So this should be 15 in total. This is 7 on this side, 8 on the other side. That's 15. Perfect. So we're going to merge these out as well. Now, oh, okay, so the problem now is going to be, actually, belt limits. 7 times 60 is 420, and 8 times 60 is 480. The belts can handle that? Yeah, okay, no, that's actually totally fine now to think about it. Yeah, this is actually totally fine. Belt limit notwithstanding. I realized I might want to turn these around anyway. These are facing the wrong way. Please, I don't want to break the foundations below. Fine, I'll just break the foundations below if I'm not careful. Yeah, we're gonna have them going this way instead. Which is, gonna make things a little bit simpler. For the logistical part, because the train station's that way, right? And that's where we're gonna ship it all off to, so might as well have it all going this way. Like I said, these are gonna be our 2 lines of net plastic that are gonna be going out that way. Messing with the fuel piping is gonna be a whole different problem. Oh, Jesus. Because it's gonna be... It's 2 400 lines, and it's gonna be used in all kinds of different places. So I think I'll just take one line, snake it around until it's empty, and then take the other one and fill up the rest. It's gonna be the only way to make this work. That being said, now I need 8 refineries making the rubber out of the plastic that gets made over there. So let's do that. Let's say we put these like right here. We have 8 of them making recycled rubber. The output is going to be facing this way, so we start at this end. So actually, this is the one that you want to set up with the recipe. Not residual, recycled. There you go. And then you just clock one of them down to 50%. There you go. Okay. Now all you do is you just connect this up to the other rubber line again. I'm just thinking, do I want to lift up these belts? I probably do. So do it like that, so they're nice and elevated. Above the ground, so you can walk below them if you ever so desire. Just had to make sure that belt was facing the right way. Can never be too sure. Okay. So that's, I think, almost all of the item belting done. I just gotta take this plastic into these now. Yes. Do I bring it around? Or, yeah, I think that's what I do. Switch to DRG. I don't own that game. Unfortunately, I cannot comply with your demands. Plus, I don't negotiate with terrorists anyway, so... that splitter was definitely not facing the right way. I didn't even notice. There's a giant fuck-off arrow telling me which way it's facing. And I still didn't do it right. Alright, nice. Nice. If you want to buy me the game, I'll switch to it. Smile. Ha 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 ha. That'll get him. That'll get him to shut up. Oh. This works out conveniently well, so actually, you know what? Let's do some manual splitter placement here for a second. We can just feed it from the middle. This works out surprisingly well, because I can just bring this around. Like so. Perfectly. There's just a silent, dirty bomb at some coordinates. No, I don't believe it. Okay, this is where we bring in the fuel and just make this an absolute mess. Like, just an utter mess. Let's see, right? So we have 3.75 times 30. That is a quarter of a pipe, basically. Yeah. How am I gonna bring these around here, man? I think I'm gonna bring it all the way up to the wall. Like that. And then we're gonna bring it around and up. I'm gonna have to bring it up at some point here. Because I want this to be above. Give me the stackable pipeline support, please. So say we start right here. These are a pain to build with sometimes because they're so finicky. That right there is where I want it to be. So... say we bring it right to there, and then hope that that works. Of course it doesn't. No, of course it doesn't. But might be able to finesse some stuff here. It's on this line, right? No, this is just gonna be in the way. My sole intention was to make Litchi ill. It may affect the rest of North Carolina, but it's nothing, I swear. How do you know Glitchy's from North Carolina? Did he tell you? I guess he told you, but... what if I bring the pipe around on this side instead? It's gonna make this a little bit easier, isn't it? I think that's gonna make it a lot easier, yeah. Instead of weaving it down there, I'm just gonna weave it... No. Right there. I have my sources. Monka S. Or as they say in some circles, Minkus. Okay, hold on. So this is on this line. Boom, boom. I feel like this should work. Come on, this should work. You have to bring it up here. So you stop complaining about the fucking pipe encroaching on clearance. Invalid shape? What do you mean? What do you mean invalid shape? This works. Does this work? Does, okay. Note to self, pipes aren't finicky with elevation, but they are finicky with turns. Well, good to know. Okay, we'll have the pipe on there until there. Okay, finally. Some progress on the pipe work. Now this isn't going to be running at full speed right away, obviously. It's going to take a bit to get up to full speed, because we're not making enough rubber. At least these are all powered up. That's nice. Should power these all up as well. Just get them all connected together, baby. Baby! Okay. How am I gonna connect up this set? I think I'm gonna bring a power line down like this. Yeah, I'll just bring it in right here. Connect it up to these bad boys. Okay, okay. I'll connect that one as well. There you go, that'll do. These have never been set up with recipes yet. These have. These haven't. These were all supposed to be recycled plastic. I guess I set up the one at the back, but I never set up the one. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Okay. And then, again, hooking these up should be easy enough. Just bring this around. Basically have your team for it. Peas and I play, so does James. I mean, I do. But Dave, who's saying I want to play with you again after you ditched on us in CSGO so many times? How do I know that you're reliable, huh? When I say I want a team of people to play with, it doesn't necessarily mean I want a team of premates. It means I want Larry and Anani, basically. That's what I mean, right? And I'm just being purely honest here. It hurts, I know, it hurts. Honesty hurts, blah blah blah. I am partially joking as well. I'm partially honest, but also partially just kidding, dude. Yeah, this is making me the rubber, right? Yeah, making me the rubber. Until the fuel gets used up, I don't think this will be doing much. Okay. Time to do more piping. I gotta bring this pipe around and bring it all the way across here. Oh, this is going to be horrendous. Hoping this even works. Hold on. I think I might encounter a problem here. Don't ditch it to the guy who crested the game for over a year. I know, I know. That's why I'm saying I'm kind of like joking a bit. Like, let me try this out right. If I put a pipe in here, then I want to have a junction sitting like right here. Does it even allow me to put the pipe in there? It does. Okay, thank God. I was gonna be mildly upset if I couldn't. That would have been a bit of a problem, you could say. Would have been a bit mauled, you could say. Okay. Now I gotta keep this rolling. Actually, hold on. So you have this plus the 15 times 30? That's more than one pipe can already handle, so actually... How much is 15 times 30? That's a 450. That's more than one pipe can handle. So I gotta do all this with the detritus. So basically what we do here instead is, instead of having one pipe go down, what we'll do is we'll have this pipe continue on, fuel this line, and then because like 7.5 times 30 is gonna leave us, yeah, that's still gonna leave us with a bit of leftover. Matter of fact, is it gonna leave us with enough? Hold on. I can then merge that into the other pipe and send it down here. Okay, okay. Sure. That doesn't seem like a problem at all. It's just about doing the pipe work for this now. Do I split off of this here and then bring it around that way, or do I continue it on from there and bring it around that way? That's the real question. Because I could bring that and then no, but if I split it off here, like say right here, and then bring it over here, then like just bring it around the. No, but I could split off there and then. We're gonna bring it around the backside anyway. It doesn't. This is just about pipe management. I actually think splitting it off here makes more sense. I've convinced myself now. Yep, I have convinced myself. After thoroughly thinking about it for about 15 seconds, I have decided that this is where I want this to be. Does this count? It does, okay. Gotta hook these up again. Unfortunately, doing these while flying is a little bit of a problem sometimes, so. Okay. Pipe. This pipe work is gonna be a lot less painful than I initially anticipated. Just hook these up. You know what? I think I'm doing it from above. Seems like it's going to be the easiest. Lining these up is actually kind of hard sometimes. We've ironically enough got these arrows at the bottom to help you a bit with that, but yeah. Okay. And gee, when to deem layering sampling as deciding variables when talking to a terrorist who can reach North Carolina from Turkey. That doesn't mean I'll negotiate with you anyway. Got it? Got it. Okay, cool. So these are all going to be making rubber. Sending it back around. Like there. Look at that. Beautiful. And these refineries are going to start working again. And we're just going to be recycling it all. But that means now that the overflow rubber is going to finally find its final resting place. Okay. I guess I turned the one at the back to the 50%, right? The one back here is the 50% one? Yep. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have like a very small amount of fuel left over after coming out of this pipe. And we're just gonna bring that around. That's not gonna work there. It's gonna have to work there. Right on this line. Bam, bam. And this is gonna have to be supplemented by the other pipe of fuel. How am I going to hook these up? I could have the other line just coming in, and then, you know. Talking about reach, did you hear about the news on some future air travel thing? If you're not being particularly specific, so unfortunately I do not believe I have. Maybe I have, but like at least I don't recall that I have heard anything of that sort. So for now I'm gonna have to say no. Don't think I have. Some company's apparently making a service where... Okay, yeah, well... I'm listening, I'm listening. It can take you anywhere on Earth in under 4 hours. Huh. Oh, so it's like... Like you mean like supersonic travel or something like that. I heard about that. I heard about like there's companies trying to bring back like you know, supersonic flights or stuff like that. I've heard about that. If that's what you mean. Planes that are going like Mach 2 or something. But like for commercial flights essentially. I did hear about that, yes. I am aware of that. Which is pretty cool. That is pretty dope. Wait, what if I put a wall hole right in here? It should be the exact right height, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't read the article of the intro description. Yeah, I mean, I only heard about it as well, but I do think it's cool. They can make it work, you know? Cool. Don't think I'll ever be able to fly one of those planes because tickets will probably cost you $1 million, but it would be cool. It needs to move over by 1. This is all I had to know, is whether or not it has to move over by 1. It says $100. There's no way, dude. There's no way that shit's gonna be $100. I can guarantee you that. There's not a chance. Not a chance. So here's what you'll do. This is gonna carry only 60 left over, roughly. Pipes aren't hollow? No. They're not. Coward diffs. Right, okay, so yeah, we have a 400 line. Again, let's do the calculation one more time. So we have 400, not 444, 400 minus 3.75 times 30, minus 7.5 times 30, why is... I fucked up the math. There you go. Wait, okay. There you go. Right. That's how it wants it to be. It leaves you with about 60, which is perfect. That's exactly 2 refineries worth of use. So that's actually just like perfect, because I can just hook this into 2 of these refineries here and call it a day. We'll just hook this up to that. Fine. Okay, you know what? Fine. If you want to be that way, be that way. I think I can squeeze one of these in here. I think it's gonna let me do that. I feel like it could. There you go. That's where I want it to be. This is just so I can hook up It's just so I can hook up the splitter here, because it needs to be one of these crosses, unfortunately. Because of the spatial restrictions that I'm working with. There you go. Those two. And then the rest of the pipe. This isn't connected, so the rest of the pipe just goes, yonder. I'm out of plastic. Ironic. Ironic. Out of all the things to run out of, plastic happens to be the one, huh? Well, I can yoink some from here. It's not a big deal. Good thing we're making it right now, so we can just yoink some. Pipe is too long. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the problem that I'm trying to solve here. And then we just put in more of these junctions. And obviously facing the other way as well. And that's everything. I'll just pipe it all together. And theoretically, after 2.5 hours of intense mathematics and existential dread, this should give us 900 plastic per minute net gain once the whole system picks up steam and starts running at peak efficiency. Which it will eventually. It might take a while to get there, but it will eventually get there. Because these are already full of rubber. And they're making the plastic to make the extra rubber, right? So... again, these should all be starting to fill up. They are, which is a good sign. Yeah, it's going to take a while until it gets all back there, but they are. It's very nice. Look at that stuff coming in. And then the rubber that they make should then start filling into these here, which it also is. That's also a very nice go around here. Now, the great thing is we technically get like a tiny bit of fuel left over, which theoretically is a problem. Because it could, I could, I guess, reconnect this tiny bit, right? No, okay, well, whatever. I guess what I could do is get rid of this and then reconnect this. There's no real big deal with having the pipes overflow from both sides. It'll take a while until the rubber fills into all of these, though. Because we're not using up all the fuel now. That's the slight problem here. Which is, I guess, where the other ratio came in to try and make full use of the fuel. I think that's what it was for. Why it had such a weird ratio. But I don't see the reason. I don't see the reason for it. Because we make like, okay, so we have 800 water. We subtract the 3.75 times 30, the 7.5 times 30, and the 15 times 30. Whoops. That leaves us with 12.5. So that's enough to run one fuel generator. So, you know, it's something. Or we just package it and get rid of it. I guess this could be the packaged fuel that we need. It's just 12 packaged fuel per minute. Alternatively, what do I do with 12 fuel left over? I have some space back here. I could do something with it. Burn it or fucking package it. One of the two. This no flows that way. I mean, the pipes will balance themselves out. I don't think the pipes are going to be a problem here. They'll find a way the flow works. pumps make sure that it can only go up, so there'll never be any backlog down there. And yeah. These are the finished plastic belts. Already full. Yeah, I think this is definitely working. I think this is definitely working. So we're gonna have 2 belts of plastic coming out of this floor. Sure, that's cool, that's cool. I might as well hook those into the train, right? Oh no, I need to remember which frickin' train car was the... oh god. Which one was the plastic one? I think it's the front one. I think it was the front one. I want to say it was the front one. Looks like I left some remnants around here. I'll take the train home just to see. Why is this train going through here? It shouldn't be doing that, but at the same time, I guess I don't really care. I guess I don't really care at the end of the day. Trains are just wilding out sometimes. They just do wild shit. It's done that before, and I don't know why. Maybe some of the rails broke, and I just now noticed, because the train is taking a weird path that it shouldn't. Because the front one would be the backmost one. Bottommost. So, bottommost one should be, yeah. Should be something like that. So I think once we do the same setup for rubber, it's gonna be just slightly different ratios. Yeah. But the idea is gonna be the same. Yeah, the backmost one, frontmost one is this, so that's the bottommost belt, and I'm pretty sure the bottommost belt was the... yeah, this is the rubber one, so this is the plastic one. Okay, cool. Cool. Now I know. Front cart is plastic. Now it's gonna be a bit split, right? Gonna have to bring back 2 belts, and they're gonna be all kind of mess, but for the time being, I know what I'm doing. Last floor. Pod. Pagman. Could replace a bunch of the flooring with glass if I wanted to. All that would accomplish is make my game probably run at half the frame rate, but it would look cool. It would look cool. Sabotage Pieces Factory by making it as flat as possible. What if I made it less compact as well? Like, I built just a giant platform in the sky, and then I spread the machines out so far apart that there's like a kilometer-long belt just running from one machine to the next one. Efficiency-wise, it would still be the same. It's just, you know, taking up a lot of space for no reason. That'd be kind of funny. Let's clear this list. We don't need it anymore. I gotta fucking figure out how I'm gonna take this plastic out of that floor right there and bring it on home. Too much? Yeah, maybe. So one of our plastic belts is this one right here. And then the other one is back here. Just make the exact opposite of his design, but make it normal. What if I don't want to have it be normal? What if I just want to get fucking wild with it? What if I want to be fucking weird, you know? Who says you gotta be normal all the time? I can't put it out there because that's what the frickin' power is. Well, in that case, guess we'll try to be a bit cheeky with this. There's no power pole here, so... okay, 12-year-old. Wow. It's the most insulted I've felt by something that you've said in a long time. No, there we go. That works out nicely. Don't do your homework then. Piss the bed. Little bitch. Pissing your bed, you little bitch? You mind bitcoins? You little bitch? Okay, so that's one of them. Got a lot more momentum off the back of that. Decline the choo-choo train. What are you talking about, Jesse? That is the other wall. I think I can just run it from here all the way to that wall. Yes, I can. Absolutely lovely. And now both of those need to go into there. How do I do this nicely? I don't. That's the answer. I don't. I just get fucking weird with it, man. Bring it down to ground level, maybe one above. Yeah. Up into there. Down to that level. And then we just run these two belts over to the train station. We'll start with one, and then worry about the other one. Give me that. Give me those berries. Berries. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Approaching others' clearance? Screw you, man. Screw you too, game. First of all, that ladder is useless, but also... Okay. Yeah, I would have assumed that that doesn't work here. Fine, this is where I can put a ladder. Just a bit of a ladder. Those are the inputs back here, okay. Yeah, these are the inputs. I don't know why it's not showing the guidelines for these, but... Oh, now it is, all of a sudden. Okay. That's the first, like, half of our plastic. This was back here, right? In that one? The fabric one? I left the middle one empty, right? What was this planned for? I don't even remember now. I guess it was planned for fuel. It's never ended up doing anything with the belt so far. Might as well upgrade this belt while I'm at it. My greater concern is I hope that the train can even handle the throughput of plastic that we're going to be throwing at it. I'm going out on a limb and assuming that it can. But you never know. Never know if you don't go. Okay, second belt. Off of this one. Bring it around this way. This is gonna be an absolute mess, and I like it. It's gonna be freeform. Like jazz. These belts are like jazz. That's what we're gonna be working with here. Jazz. Okay, I gotta bring this up, but also over a bit. And there we go. Second plastic belt going in there as well. Yeah, I think the train should be able to handle this. Just fine. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'll be smart about it as well. I'll put like a buffer in here. Container just to buffer stuff. To make the loading process a little bit better. Because while it's loading, it won't accept items, but I want the factory to continue running anyway. Just because. And look, with just that, the power max consumption went up like crazy, but our normal consumption is still way below it, so we're gonna be fine. Anyway, that's the plastic done. Now to do the same exact thing again for frickin' rubber. Yeah, dude. Yeah. So the approach for rubber is a little bit different. But only slightly. So you still have this stuff making residual rubber because for some reason it's just better that way. Like making residual rubber just is more sensible. Why are we not getting polymer resin? Is it because these things are full? Heavy oil residue, they are. Because we're not using the fuel fast enough. You know what? Let's just dump all the fuel. That should probably clear it out a bit. Probably help with these things running. Get these things clearing out. And making more heavy oil residue and polymer resin again. In a perfect world, at least. Was that piss? Why is your piss orange? Why does your piss look like orange juice, dude? What the fuck? I'd be very concerned if my piss looked like this. I'll be honest with you. Streamer's sewer line. Shut up. Shut up, you. Let's wipe all this as well, while we're at it. So these can all start running again. Welcome back, Val. Again, how's it going? This takes 4 and 4 and makes 2. This takes 6 and 2 and makes 2. Yeah, so it's like not as efficient. I am nutting. Is your PC that good? Stream looks so smooth at 60 FPS. Wow. He's experiencing greatness for once. Glad to hear. Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that this whole system works. You know? Like, hopefully it does. You're making fuel. The fuel is getting sent upstairs or whatever. With a flow rate that's far too high for some reason, but... Like, this isn't even flowing for some reason. Now it is. That's weird, man. I don't know what's going on with that. Can you climb the ladder? On the machines, yeah, you can. Like, I'll demonstrate on this refinery. Look at that. Climb it and stand on top of it. Use it as a bit of a lookout point. Inhale the fumes of whatever is being made in here. Rubber, so, you know. What is this struggling with now? Oh, just keeping up. Okay. Okay, so the production is definitely working. It's up and running. Handily. But, as we've noticed, there's a small problem that we're not burning through the fuel fast enough. We actually need to use it up a bit. So, straight up, build one of these. I can. Beautiful. Just build one of these in the corner and just, you know, get rid of excess fuel. That's the plan here. Just have it like sitting right there. Put in like a little bit of a pipeline here. I mean, obviously, line it up nicely. Hook this bad boy up to power. Alright, this pipe doesn't even have fuel yet. It's gonna take a while until it percolates everywhere again. I did wipe out all the fuel just to see this running, because, you know, stuff would get backed up. That's why this is a little backed up right now. It should start working. Could even put in a valve here just to only allow a certain amount through. So we make sure that it doesn't, you know, use up too much. Like, it's got 12.5 left, so... Can I really not? 12.5. There you go. Doesn't like the comma. Unfortunately, that's how German keyboards work. The, comma and the period are swapped in their ideas for numbers. We use the comma to indicate decimal points instead of, well, a point. They're filling up, though. I'm just gonna, you know, eye this a little bit longer just to see if it all works the way I want it to. Commas also decimals here? Okay, so at least we're not alone in being weird. Throughput per pipe segment here is very low on that part. It just dropped for no reason. I don't know where the flow rate is dropping. I mean, it's like so inconsistent. I guess it's just like when it gets made. Just want to see all these start working again. Looks like they are. Cool. Whatever leftovers is over here. Just gonna run this every once in a while. Just to burn excess fuel, you know? If there's any excess, that generator should take care of it. You know what? It's even better than using the valve. Just making sure it only burns the amount we want it to burn. So instead of burning 12 per minute, well, we make it burn 12.5 per minute. So, what, 1.1? 1.5? 1.106? 100.5.555? That's as good as it gets. Okay. What changes the meter for the hover pack? Being near power poles. Like, as you can see, like, these little sparks flying up when, like, power things like this, that charges the little bar. If I get too far away from them, so say I fly out of the factory, you can see it starts to drop. And then if I get close again, it recharges at the power poles. That's how it works. Again, just making sure that this is all running. It looks good now. It's all getting fuel. It's not getting rubber back here. I knew I'd miss a belt at one point. This was the one. That was why we weren't burning the fuel. Just two of these were just not running. This isn't even connected. Like, excuse me, but... Come on. Okay. Looking good. Looking good. This is just to get rid of the excess fuel. Makes a bit of extra power. And here's hoping that this just works. Like, this just makes us the plastic we want it to make. It should be 900 per minute in total. Certainly is a lot. Trains coming in. The belts are flowing. Caught myself with a jetpack just in time. Oh boy, that was scary. It's getting loaded right now. Like, in the time that this is getting loaded, so this was like emptied out, right? It already filled up almost 400 plastic again. That is insane. We can actually time this. We can time this and see how long. Like, a round trip for the train takes about a minute. Or much rather, we can time how long a round trip takes by counting how much plastic gets made, I guess. It's also a way of doing it. That's 600 plastic made already. That's insane, dude. I mean, some of it was from the buffer, so... You know, the loading process is part of it. But like, so much plastic, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness! Is Blade Runner, apart from an obvious rip of a very good piece of product, it's like a little exosuit. Makes you run faster. And jump higher and stuff like that. Bean. Yeah, run into the factory. That seems like a good idea. Idiot. Stupid animals. They don't even know what they're doing. And now we just duplicate this entire thing again and make rubber. Yay. 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 You know what I should do? I got an idea. I got an idea. My idea looks something like this. Frickin' balcony, dude. Oh, okay. That's a little bit too far. We're gonna have like a balcony going around the outside of this frickin' this place, man. There's gonna be a wall here at some point, but you know. This is gonna look cool. Okay, won't be really able to go around the front because of this. So, you know. We'll just end it here. There you go. You can even have it like connected up from here, you know? Like, oh. Okay. Just another T crossing here, and then some walkways going this way. And when you close up the walls, just, you know, leave out some empty spaces. Can I extend this out? Can. Perfect. Wonderful. Let's put in a crosswalk here. So I can go across. This is beautiful. Love when a plan just works like this. Corner here. T crossing. I'm out of plates, okay. That's easily solved. What I should also do, I'm just now remembering, what I should also do is, oh yeah, set up the other train to take the plastic elsewhere and stuff like that, but I guess for the time being, it's fine. The excess plastic is just gonna get sent to the item sink. That being said, the belts can't even handle 900, so I have to split it up anyway. Do I want to send half of it over to the desert? Probably. Probably do. It seems like a decent idea to me, at least. Or just like have a train in general that like spreads out all the plastic and whatnot all across the world. A possibility for that. With how much we're making now, certainly is. I'm also going to turn in this milestone that I'm currently looking at while I'm here, right? Might as well. Might as well. While I just happen to be here. I'm gonna need like tons of wire. Gonna need a bunch of aluminum stuff as well. Do I still have casings on me? I do. I'm gonna need more of this stuff anyway. I'm gonna need a stack of these. Man, yeah, this is why we need more rubber, so those get made more quickly. Because they are struggling right now. So, woe is me for automating plastic first when I need rubber more. Kind of a dumb move, huh?
Milestone reached. The object scanner can now find underground wells which can be pressurized to extract resources such as nitrogen, water, and oil. Nitrogen will contribute to more advanced aluminum parts.
Yeah, that's cool and all. But I don't remember asking. I don't remember where that was my problem. To be fair, you can make some cool shit with that, like turbo motors. Even though they don't seem to be part of this, like cooling systems. There you go, and like freaking nitrogen and heat sinks and pretty cool stuff, literally. That's something for future me to worry about because right now I'm busy setting up rubber. Yes, that is the second part of this build. At least the bottom floor I can just mirror, right? I can just set up the exact same floor again, like I did on the bottom floor, just on the third floor. And then definitely build another one on top, so... like, the whole compact thing that I was thinking of certainly isn't gonna work out, but... there are other ways to make this happen. So... basically, we build another floor. Well, let me finish the walkways. Yeah, at least let me finish what I started. Guess I can have it like this. Something like that. Where bumper car? Bumper car still exists. It's just not here. You know? Peas isn't around to do all the funny stuff, so unfortunately you're gonna have to make do with me actually building. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I know. I know, it's painful. It's painful, I know, I get it. I'm building like cool stuff, like a walkway, balcony. This is kind of cool, right? We'll have another opening to the balcony right here. Put that in there. I think facing this way? Nope, that's facing the wrong way. I actually can't tell, dude. Give me some straights going this way. Yeah, actually. Sure, have this be a crossing. That makes the most sense. And then a T-junction. Okay, cool. You just have some walkways you can walk around and stuff. It's cool. It's cool stuff. Weird balcony because the block has weird lines. No straight with fencing only on one side. That's because there's gonna be walls here. I just haven't built them yet. So, you know. That's gonna be more of a balcony. Like a walkway balcony sort of dealio. Yeah. I just haven't built the walls yet, and I'm not gonna until I'm done with the whole building. Yeah, I just gotta put frickin' another 2 floors on this place, so... Here we fucking go. The weird metal part appears to be because they originally used for other things. I see what you mean. Don't get me wrong. I kind of missed where that was my problem. That is perfectly placed. Right? Yeah, it looks right. That does look right. I will not have enough concrete for this. I can tell you that already. I will not have enough concrete for this. Only about half of it. I want to say that this is probably about half of it. Actually like 2/3. Okay. Gonna grab some more concrete. By some I mean a lot, because there's gonna go another floor on top of that. Make all the walls that connect to the catwalk's glass? Like you mean like the level that the catwalks are on? That was what I was planning to do, yeah. Like you have normal walls here, right? Like, boom, boom, and then you have like a window wall. Probably just single windows, maybe these on this layer, so you can actually look in and stuff. That was the idea behind it. Obviously, you know, built out. And then this is just gonna be the exterior wall. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna have to go grab some stuff. I'm gonna grab a bunch of concrete. I'm also gonna have to grab the materials I need for all this stuff again. I remember. Let's do a count. Let's do a count how much I need in total. At least for the bottom floor, quote unquote. I'm gonna need 8 blenders, I know that. And 10 refineries. I'm gonna need 5 water extractors. And that's the bottom floor. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's gonna be... Oh no, and then another 5 refineries for the residual rubber, okay. That's just the bottom floor. And then the top one is gonna be the one where all the rubber gets made. But that's something I'll worry about once I'm done with the 3rd floor. Let's get it in the floors of the upper levels. Not a horrible idea. I'll see where I can fit them in. Like, I'll have to find, like, an area where there's no buildings. Because what's the point of putting a skylight below a building when the light isn't going to be able to go through, right? By a building, I mean, like, you know, like a refinery or something. So once I've built the entire thing, I'm going to try to put buildings in the same places every time. I might find, like, an area where there's only belts or something. Maybe I can put some glass there for skylights. This is the stage of the game where we can try to make stuff look a little bit prettier. I could also try putting up lights inside the factory at some point, you know? As well. It's always a possibility. Just to make stuff more visible. For the time being, I'm gonna grab all this shit, because I'm gonna need it. Motors. Lots and lots of motors. These refineries take a lot of them. Lots and lots of this shit. A ton of copper sheets, like actually a metric fuck ton. Well over the recommended amount. Gonna need some that. I'm actually gonna make sure that I have the exact amount of this, so I'm gonna dump whatever I have on me and grab two stacks of it. There you go. And oh yeah, 40 RCUs. We have exactly 40. Perfect. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna need a rubber because these RCUs are not gonna get made until we have rubber actually coming in. Put them in the same place as a skylight. I mean, yeah, I can definitely put them on the top floor. Have like a roof or something like that. I once fucked up a creeper factory because I connected the glass pillars for consistency. For some reason. What is a creeper factory? What is a creeper factory, Alex? Tell me. I forgot concrete. Well, might as well complete this and take the speed back home. I knew I forgot something. That wasn't on the checklist, and it was fucking concrete. Well, you know what? While I pick up these berries and then travel back in shame, I'm gonna go take a quick piss. And I'll be right back. By the time I'm back, surely I'll be done and at my destination. Wow, I've arrived at my destination. Loud pee? I'm a loud pisser, man. No, I'm not actually. I'm not a very loud pisser at all. Spawner would entail a creeper farm? I thought you couldn't find creeper spawners in the wild. I thought that was a modded only thing. Were you playing modded? I guess there's a possibility. I'm not gonna rule that out or anything. I'm not trying to like imply you were cheating. or anything, Dave. I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to say it's not something that's possible in vanilla. Calculate your cock length via the P loudness. You don't need to, I can just tell you it's 6 inches. You know, you don't need to like do some gymnastics or whatever, I can just tell you, you know? Not a spawner farm? Well, fair enough. Kappa. Alright, that's the banter injection. Let's continue building. How am I gonna get up there from this floor? Now that is a good question. Ideally, the same exact way, but, you know, unfortunately I believe that this isn't gonna work. Because there's kind of like a building in the way there, you know? Yeah. I didn't really think about that part. Can I get it going this way? No? Okay. Can I get it going from maybe here? Oh, that could work. Looks fine. It works. It works. Make a spiral staircase. It's gonna be a pain to walk up, so I shall not make a spiral staircase. Walking up spiral staircases in this game is annoying, to say the least. Is this? Okay, one more that way, and then a bunch of them this way. Oh, almost did that correctly blindly. Okay. Same for IRL. It's for immersion. I mean, in IRL, at least in IRL, I did just say that. IRL, walking up a spiral staircase is not that much different from walking up a normal staircase. In this game, it very much is, and that's the annoying part. And that's the corner. Okay, there you go. And then you bring it over here. And then you do the final wall as well. I'm gonna run out of iron plates again, dude. I think I'll have enough, though. I think I'll have enough. Just about. Are school emergency staircases spiral? Yeah, they usually are because they're, in terms of the, you know, footprint they take up, they're pretty space efficient. So they're pretty much a no-brainer for a situation like that because they're usually added in post as well after the building's already built. And it's marble / shiny stone, whatever it is. What? It's made of fucking marble? Where the hell do you live? Just realized I won't be able to build refineries here because of this. Oh, I have an idea, though. I have an idea. That might just be stupid enough that it works. Maybe I'll go for the spiral staircase after all. Or... what if... It's not external, right. I mean, fair enough then. I don't have a lot of space to work with here, man. Maybe in the 3x3 here I can have the spiral staircase up. The problem is, I need to have it be in an area that I also have space in over here, which is basically like 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 2, 3, 4, 5. Like a 7 by 5 in this corner. Meanwhile, in here I've got like a 4 by 4. So the most realistic chance at having it work out is like something like here, maybe? I don't know why I don't know why it's so weird with the snapping. The school also has a license for being able to handle magnitude 8.5 earthquakes. I don't know about fires, though. Is Turkey an earthquake-rich region? Like, do you get a lot of quakes down there? I'd assume it's probably more than we get here, obviously, but I don't know how much. Hella? Good to know. Good to know. You learn something new every day. Here's what we'll do. We'll have this one build up a bit like here, and then when it runs into a problem, we turn it, and then we build it up more. And then we turn it more. And I guess we'll just have to deal with the fact that it is a spiral staircase after all. And I guess... Okay, this is weird. Why did it end up like that? Well, I can fix this. We don't get them often about the quakes lines or whatever they are. Oh, they get like a tectonic line going right across the country. It would explain all the mountains, I suppose. That's fair. I mean, if you think about it, technically, like, Europe is on a tectonic plate as well. So there's a chance that, you know, there could be like a big earthquake in Europe. We have them very rarely. This is scuffed. Why is this so scuffed? I don't like how scuffed this is. Why is it so scuffed? Is it because I put it on the center? Is that why? I think that might be why. If I didn't put it in the center, this wouldn't have happened. Just... no? There. There you go. That's where I want you to be. Red Cross, at the Aegean coast. Oh well, would you look at that. It is funny though. Like, you know how, like, you know, I've been to Japan many a times in my life, and Japan is like a notorious earthquake region, right? You know, it works fine. Every time I've been there, many a times my brother would even tell me like, oh, did you like, you know, did you like realize that there was an earthquake last night or anything like that? And I would literally never notice. So, it might be an earthquake-rich region, but I certainly never noticed, probably because the buildings are all built to withstand them very well. So, you just never end up noticing. Okay, at least this is like a good way to get up now. Okay. Let's start planning this out again. So we start back there, have the 10 refineries. Okay, I just need to know, you know, what I'm doing here. Just know how I'm working through this. Because I want it to be roughly the same. Now from the Syrian border to some eastern border. big dot at the capital. Ankara is like in the middle of the country, right? It's like almost smack dab in the middle. Like right in the center. I'm pretty sure this is where the, oh, Jesus Christ. This is where the pipe is supposed to come up. So that reminds me I should actually get rid of these. Yeah, they just can't be there. This is where the pipe's gonna go up. All the way up to there. That's a tall climb. The reason it's there was because of strategic placement during war times. I mean, that's a simple reason. At the end of the day. It's simple enough. There's no way I can put a single pipe from all the way down here all the way up there. There is simply no way. Yeah, that would have surprised me. Very much so if I could do that. So we're gonna put some supports. Halfway. Maybe that's already enough. Pipes can be pretty long in this game, so... yeah, that's already enough, okay. No, obviously this is gonna need a frickin' pump. Whether or not it can actually make the distance is a completely different story. The maximum head lift is 50 meters. Let's see if it can do that. It can make it a wiggly pipe. Wow, it is actually lifting more. Need another pipe in here. Another pump. Why is the rotation so weird on that? Not a fan, but also, I guess it is what it is. This should be replaced with a double wall outlet. Yeah, I was expecting that to happen. It won't be a big problem for long, though. Oh god. There you go. That should get it running again. Really? I think it's that generator that's causing the problem here. Because there's no way we're actually out of power, it's just because I disconnected that one frickin' power pole. It's just having trouble, you know, getting turned back on now. These things are all powered, right? They should be, at least. Let's disconnect this right now. The, thing over here should be running, I think. We'll see, what do we lose with this? What is not running anymore? Do these things have power or not? They're perfectly fine. This have power? It's perfectly fine. We did disconnect a whole part of the grid, but you know. Production stays roughly the same, so... maybe these should all start running again now? Looks fine to me. It's just this floor. Something got disconnected on this floor. Oh, you know what? It's probably this power line to the bottom floor that's causing the issue. Yep, there you go, okay. That explains it. And then we can actually power up the rest of our fucking world again. As well. Where was this power pole connected to? This one? Okay. That was running off the batteries. Would you look at that? That's what the batteries are for, man. Good stuff. So you get for not having redundant cabling, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, this was all just so I could get the fricking stuff piped up, right? Like, that's what I did this for? To have this piping up? Looks like it's gonna be working fine now. 13 meters. More than enough. Good. Good. Let's start building. The, hard part, which is the refineries. Okay, you're going to be making heavy oil residue. And then you're gonna be connected up using frickin' mergers and sending that polymer resin somewhere. This should also take care of all the recipes. Lovely. The last two go there and there. And then we just need the piping, which is what we do this for. Which is where we do a little trolling as well. Just a little bit though. Just a tiny bit. Not too much. Otherwise it becomes a, you know, maybe a bit of an issue. Can't wait for Smart Mod to do pipes as well. Surely that update's gonna come around eventually. Because, man oh man, would that be nice to have this process automated as well. Okay, I should start filling up with oil. Once the good stuff starts pumping. Takes a bit. But it's gonna come in here. Yeah, it's the overflow system, so it's gonna take about a bit. Okay. And this is just basic stuff, so done this a million times by now. Just wiped out Tomato Town. Don't know why that song's stuck in my head again now. Kinda weird. And connect them up. Flashlight gets a little bit annoying during the day. I wish it would just turn on automatically at night and then turn off during the day. That would be nice. Because, man, oh man. Does it become ever annoying during the day? I just remembered, I gotta get fucking water all the way up here. That's not gonna be annoying at all. But it's gonna have to happen. Okay. This is where I take a look at where I place the blenders. On the bottom floor. One off that and about 3 off that. on the corner, and then that one also as well. Okay, yeah, cool. Should work pretty fine. Blender. Outputs on that side. Got 1, 2. That one there. I fucking adore these things. These things are great. They're so useful. They're just so useful. I remember math class and I hated it. Math class can be fun. I loved math, but you know, I've always been a fucking nerd, I guess. Math's always been enjoyable to me. You just gotta be into it, which is the hard part. Finding a good teacher that can teach you math in a fun way is also usually challenging, because a lot of them don't understand that it can actually be fun. But yeah. To an extent, I'm inclined to agree, especially after going to uni and experiencing university math classes. It can be quite frustrating sometimes. My teachers are not good. Yeah, exactly. It's the teachers that are a problem sometimes. I don't remember. I need to do this the other way around. I did it the wrong way again. It's supposed to be facing this way. Like that. There you go. I always love calculus type stuff, but as soon as basic functions went well, I would cry. Feels bad. Okay. These blenders need to be set up with their recipes. Considering there's no overflow stuff here. But there's more stuff now. I'll be making all that stuff eventually, once we've got all this plastic and rubber shit sorted. Like, the whole idea, the whole reason I did this entire giant, enormous project here is because I wanted rubber. Like, I just wanted more rubber. And I thought, well, I might as well make plastic too, and now I ended up starting with the plastic. And yeah. It's turned into a bit more of a mammoth than I initially anticipated, but it is what it is, right? What can you do? This isn't even accounting for the water yet. The water's gonna go in here as well. Before I put in these pipes, I should definitely put in the these junctions. So we'll go for the inner one as per usual to be the water. At least this part is going to be nice and easy. There you go. Now let's pipe it all together. Okay. Put that in there, put that in there, that in there. Good stuff. Those are going to be the water pipes coming in on that side. This is going to be the heavy oil going over the top of all of it. And that's the final input here, so like that. Pipework does look beautiful when it's just all fresh like this. Unconnected still. This is kind of in the way. Didn't anticipate that would be that much of a problem, but I guess it turned out to be one. Okay. And like that. And like that. Okay. Man. Now this one's in the way. I didn't really think that through, did I? At least I can just remove them after a while because they're just there initially as a guideline, so to say. Okay. This one goes in there. This one goes in there. This one goes in there, and then this one goes in here. And then we can bring it around. And that's already the heavy oil residue dealt with. Oh, well. Almost. There you go. Like, really bad. I mean, I got bullied at school for being German/Turkish, and the teacher did nothing? Ah, that's a classic. I'm assuming you're like part of a Turkish family living in Germany, right? Or something like that. Yeah, that's the classic, dude. That's how it goes here. Unfortunately. Bad timing, Naipai. It is bad timing for the POG message. Let's do some connecting for this stuff. I know roughly the layout I used for these, still off the top of my head, so off the top of the dome. Waka waka waka, whatever. You know how that song goes. Okay. I can't speak a single word Turkish, but hey, let's still get bullied for it. I feel you, man. I feel you. I mean, I know what you're going through. Obviously, I can't possibly say I actually feel you because, like, that's always the weird thing about saying stuff like that, right? It's like you're just trying to be empathetic, so you're saying like, you know, oh yeah, man, I know your struggle, right? I know what you're feeling like, and stuff like that. I obviously never had the same problem because, well, I got bullied in like elementary school and whatever because I was a weird kid. Like I've been through fair bits of bullying myself. I never got bullied for where I'm from because I'm a thoroughbred German. But, you know, I've had my fair bit of bullying for other reasons and stuff like that. It does happen. Especially when it sucks, like it's nothing you really have any control over, right? Right, water was what I was thinking about now. I need water. So I'm gonna need 5 total extractors again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Alright, bring this over a bit. I'm gonna have to do a lot of overclocking these again, I remember. Now you're just white boy. Just your white boy urge. Come on, Dave. Don't do me dirty like that. I'm sure you got bullied in school, too. It's almost like just the standard, right? Everybody gets bullied. Just how it goes. Or you think it's my white boy urge to say, I feel ya? Is that what you're trying to imply here? To show empathy. To try and be a decent human being. Is that a white person thing to do? Oh no. Well, I guess I'll just shut up then. It's right there. Also, just a teacher would think I'm a liar. My lord. Kids are ruthless, dude. Kids are ruthless. A lot of the time, unfortunately. Okay, I gotta do some stacking the poles here. My chat disconnected for a second. That's not scary at all. Thank you, internet, for reconnecting at least. Right, they can't be directly staggered like that for some reason. It doesn't like it. There you go. Guess we'll just have it sitting here. The 3 lines of water we want here. I'm gonna just go out on a limb and say this is gonna be the 200 line for the residual rubber, and then these are gonna be the 400 lines for the, you know, the fuel. So we'll have one there. Now think about it, this doesn't make any sense. This needs to be extended out a bit, yeah. Teacher did nothing. I don't have iron plates, oh no. I had to pay for things I did not do. I cried because every day I had to hear what a loser I am, and the teacher did absolutely nothing. I think, like, I want to say teachers have gotten better at it nowadays, probably. Like, it depends, obviously, right, what time and where you went to school as well. It's different everywhere. That's always the problem. Like, you'd think with the advent of bullying, especially online as well, right, how kids have, like, it was something that I evaded for the most part, like cyberbullying, where, you know, kids would bully each other in school and then also online, like they, like, I don't know, go to your Facebook page and like start bullying you and stuff like that. I mostly evaded that, but they started talking about it towards the tail end of my school time. And I'd assume that teachers nowadays are probably more aware of that. At least they should be. It's a real issue, you know. Bullying is a real issue in schools, and it's sad that teachers, at least older teachers, still don't care, or don't know that's even going on. If you didn't get bullied, then you become a Twitter snowflake in the future. I don't know if there's a correlation there, because if you didn't get bullied, there's a high chance that you were the one doing the bullying. Which doesn't necessarily mean that you become a snowflake, per se, or anything like that, right? It just means that you got off easy. That's all. That's all it means. Should I bring anything else? I'm running low on copper sheets again. Probably still... I can grab a stack of plastic. There you go. I'm probably good on aluminum, but I'll grab another stack of it just in case. I should probably grab some iron bars or rods just in case. Alright. Should be good. Time's over. I should not care, but there's still something in my brain I won't let go of that. I mean, yeah, it can, like, fuck you up for life, or at least for a long time. It is, like, to an extent, it is traumatic, right? Because especially, it's your fucking kid when it happens. It's your formative years and whatnot. Not even formative, it's, like, before that. So, like, yeah, like, childhood trauma sticks to you for a while, especially when it's untreated. And that's the, you know, the effect of bullying that people weren't really aware of, like, even just 10 years ago, that, like, oh, you know, it's just kids are ruthless, kids will be kids and stuff like that. But if you leave it untreated and you don't deal with it, or you don't, like, do something to prevent it from happening, then it can fuck people up for life, or at least for a long time. So I can see that. I can see why you're still, you know, having to think about it every once in a while, even if time itself has passed. I almost got trampled in school. That seems about right. Getting beat up. Trample is a little extreme. I'll give you that, but yeah. Why did this happen? Huh. Interesting. Oh yeah, I didn't even want to be up here. I was building the water pipes, right? There you go. Okay. Let's continue where we left off. Okay, bring this up. Bring it around. Make the connection. Hopefully this works. It works in conveyors, so we'll do it that way. And then 2 more over here. These can be done easily, though. You don't have to mess with this one too much, fortunately, because it's already got lots of space back here. Alright. And then you just bring it up. What's great about pipes is that there's no flow direction, so you don't have to worry about which way you put them. That's very nice. And now I have to bring these 3 pipes, not just around, but I also have to bring them up. And... yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Okay, so... say one of them is right here. How do you freaking connect this? So one goes right here, 2 over, 2 over. I would really like for this one to be able to be placed. Unfortunately, you know. Going to be a bit more of a problem than initially anticipated. Plus, there's going to be this in the way anyway. So how will I neatly tie this all together? First of all, I think what I should... no. I think I should do this, though? Yeah, I should make this go a different way. I think that could help. Like, having this like that, and then bringing it... please. Bringing it around like so. Much more nicely. Much more nicely done. Then I can be like, hey, what if we brought it down from up here into a line like that? Right. Well, you know what? Don't care. Don't care. I just simply do not care. So that's gonna make my life a lot better if I just don't care. And then I can just bring it like there. Whoops. Please let me pick this up. Needs to be right here, and then like there. This is just so I can bring these around. So this is gonna go here, and then here, and then continue on like so. I want it to be a little neat. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just a little neat, you know? Just a little, a bit, just a bit nice. Leads me to believe I should definitely refurbish this as well, now that I think about it ever so slightly more. What I should do is I should bring in this pipe at this level, and then, yeah. Bring it like this. It's a very nice aesthetic, yeah. It's important that I make this look somewhat okay. Vertical, there you go. That'll do. Okay. And you know how to save turn these factories into FPS maps? Dude! It's a great idea! FPS map design in Satisfactory. Now I gotta bring this down. Like, I had this run across the wall initially because I was feeling clever. And now I'm like realizing that that is not the best idea. These crawl spaces and flanks in these parts. It's actually a great idea. Like this. Don't hook it up straight away. Bring it over a bit. Bring it over a bit. Just bring it over a bit. There you go. When you 1v1 Ps, you'll know where to hide from strike from. That's the advantage of being the architect of your own prison, huh? Okay, look, I think I put this over to one too far. Yeah, it doesn't have to be over this far. I should make this a little bit better. Like that. Grab that and bring it on home, please. Now the problem is I can't build one of these here because of this stupid part. I need to always build the stackable pipeline support first because the game is finicky like that. And it hates it when you have the pipeline built and then you build the stackable one on top of it, but building it below it is completely fine. It's just the stackable one that it really struggles with. Have I built myself a prison that I cannot escape from? Nope, okay, I can get out. Okay, let's bring this over some way. Actually, no, this needs to be, like, over by 2 from here. 1, 2, like that. There you go. That should be this. I managed to click out of the game. Okay. Now I gotta bring that shit all the way up there. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let's do the wall holes real quick, so I know where to jack it in, you know? Those two right there. Which means, these two have to go, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we have to remove those parts of the balcony. As much as it pains me to do, has to be done. So we're gonna bring these over and up like that. All 3 pipes, matter of fact. That one has to go up somewhere as well. Well, probably like here and then, yeah. And given the history of this pipe, I'm gonna need 2 pumps. Because the distance it needs to cover is quite high. Yeah, this pipe's gonna go in like here at some point. Well, in that case, let me just build this up. Whoops. I can build wall supports if I need to, which I know I will. At about this level right here. Let's do the final part first. Now we've got that done. And then somehow make this reasonably connect to that. I am in awe that it actually just works. Oh, come on. That works better. This isn't even the right pipe. Whoops. Hold on. This one connects to that one. This one connects to that one. But again, you do it from the top because otherwise it does some funky stuff. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, give me that pump. Gotta give it some power. Oh, well, this will work. Just, yoink it off of this. Autosaves are starting to take longer and longer, which is a bad sign. So what is this game and what do you do in it? It is a factory builder. You build factories. You just try to automate resources and stuff like that. That's all there is to it. For the most part. And that's the basic rundown. There's obviously more that can be done. Oh, this is nice. I can just replace this with a double wall outlet. Think of Factorio if you've ever known that game, but in the third dimension. That's basically the idea behind it. Okay, these should be two 400 pipes now. Obviously we can't really tell, but yeah. As soon as I connect these up like that. Oh, Woolen Raid! Woolen Raid! Woolen Raid! It's a Woolen Raid! Hello. Hello, friends. Hello, Woolen. Woolen and friends, how's it going? As you can tell, we're playing this game again because I like this game a lot. It is a very fun game. Chris shot a 4-shot fly and I died. Okay, can somebody translate to English, please? What did he just say? I feel like I'm lacking a lot of context here. Oh, you mean the flies and Isaac. You were playing Isaac. See, if you told me you were playing Isaac, then I would have immediately understood. That's... well, sounds like you were having fun in Isaac. How much have you been playing Isaac? I haven't seen you stream it all that much, so I'm assuming you haven't been playing that much, but I don't know. Because I know that besides this game, Isaac's pretty much all I've been playing for the past month and a half now? 2 months, basically. It's very good. I played a bit, but not much of Repentance. I see. It's real good. I haven't got a full save file anymore. What I did before Repentance came out is I downloaded a 100% save file of Afterbirth Plus, just so I didn't have to, like, you know... First of all, like, because I already remember I had an almost complete save file, like, in Afterbirth at some point. But I didn't want to go through the trouble of unlocking all the Afterbirth Plus stuff that I never bothered to do, so I just downloaded that save. And that worked out well. But, yeah. I think I'm not going to end up unlocking everything anyway. Because I'm lazy. Okay, remember, how did you do this down here? I need to mirror this floor. The fast shot weird me out, though? Oh, are you having the issue where the game runs faster, or... Because I noticed, like, people that have had this issue where the game just runs really fast for them for some reason. But, yeah. I don't know, maybe you're having that issue as well. It's something with, like, full screen or whatever. I don't really know what causes it either. But I know that some people are having that issue. Okay. That's all those set up. Lovely. Let's just hook them up to power. Nice and cleanly. Okay. Going to unlock everything over the next 2,000 years. Dude, there's people that already did that within, like, the first week or two of the game. It's just absolutely nuts to me. Like, I get it, they were all, like, people that play Isaac for a living or whatever, right? Like, Cobalt Streak and stuff, but it's nuts, man. They unlocked, like, 100% of Repentance stuff in the first frickin' weeks. How to do that here? Oh yeah, I did it like that. And the inputs are on that side. What am I doing? I'm a dumbass. It's supposed to go around like that. That's the output. This is the input side. Which, ironically, it's gonna need splitters as well. This should be enough space. That should work. And we just bring this around. Okay. I just gotta bring the water in. I did that through here last time. I think I'm gonna do that again. It's going to be... Hi, Sony. Hi, sad one. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I hope not sad as your name entails, but you know. I'm gonna stop you. I ain't gonna stop you. If you are, just hope you aren't. Okay, that's where the water's gonna come in. So... just, grab some of these. There you go. Okay, you. Okay, just kinda That's fine. As long as you're not doing bad, that's what matters at the end of the day. Doing fine myself. I currently have to figure out the Herculean task of taking this pipe, hooking it up there. As you might be able to imagine, it's a tough one. Especially because it means I need to get rid of more of this stupid balcony I built. I thought I was being so clever with the balcony, and now I'm like, I gotta get rid of it again. Ah, man. Does suck. It does suck. That being said, how am I gonna do this? Do I just... can I just YOLO it? And I just go like, hey. Lol. That looks so horrible. That looks abhorrent, by the way. But, what if... huh? Huh? What if, right? And then... bing. Boom. Pow. That works. That actually works, and I don't even have to remove the walkway. You know what? I'm out of motors. Oh no. Well, time to grab some of those. Time to grab some of those. That's just the nature of everything you build here, is you're always out of materials. I'm trying to remember how many refineries I needed for the other floor as well. I'm assuming it's going to be the same amount of buildings, they're just going to be hooked up slightly differently. Because now the residual rubber is going to make plastic, but it's not going to make as much. But how can you, are you that fast? What do you mean? I'm just, you know, just using the items the game gives me. If that's what you mean. Like the Blade Runners make me run faster. The tube makes me go fast. You gotta be a bit more specific. And Blade Forward, that is why. I see. Yeah, these hyper tubes are great for transport from A to B. The Blade Runners, as you can see, bottom left, I've got them equipped. They're pretty easy to unlock. You just gotta find a bit of Caterium and then go for the Caterium research tree in the MAM in here. Like, just go down this tree a bit. I think they're pretty high up top, like, yeah, right here. They don't take that much. They're a very nice early unlock. I need frickin' motors. That's what I need. Anything else while I'm here? I'm doing pretty good on everything else right now, I think. Let me do some thinking here. So, let's do the reverse engineering again, like I did last time. I want to get a net of 900 rubber. Okay, 900 rubber gets made at 60 per, so I need 15 refineries for that. These 15 refineries are going to require 30 plastic each, so we're going to need to make 450 plastic. In order to get 450 plastic, we're going to need 225 rubber. And we're already getting 100 rubber, so we only need to make 100 and... okay, so what we do is, we take 100 rubber that we're getting from the residue, turn that into plastic, makes 200 plastic. And then we just need 25 plastic more. No, wait, no. Okay, so anyway, that's 200 plastic. And then we need 200 plastic more. So what we do is we... this is actually a little bit more complex. Is it? Maybe it's not. So we send the 100 recycled rubber, not recycled, the residual rubber. We send it in to make plastic, which ends up doubling the amount, into 200 plastic, which we then send into the full loop, into the big one, making rubber. And then some of that rubber we take back around to make a bit more plastic, because we're going to need a bit more. So this is where the whole net amount is actually a little bit more interesting. I think... yeah, so we get 200 already. We need 450 plastic. So we need to make 250 plastic more. 250 divided by 2 means we need to make 125 rubber. So instead of making 900 rubber, we make 1025 rubber and take 125 and loop it back around to make more plastic. So this is actually a little bit simpler. Yeah. Like, all I gotta do instead of making 900 is I make 1025. So I built 17 and a bit refineries instead of 15. And then the output from the last 2 and a bit just get looped back around. Now I could have those all in the same place, or I could have them separate. Like, what I could also do is I could just take that initial plastic I make and send it into these extra 2 refineries, and then go from there. Let me think about that. I think the simpler idea is going to be building 17 refineries, overclocking one of them by 8%, and then taking the entire output and looping it back around, or taking the output from the last 2 and looping that back around. I think that's the easier part. You're taking the output from the last 2, one of them being overclocked, looping it back around to make the residual, like the recycled plastic. Plastic? The word sounds weird to me now. And that should solve the issue. Because that's going to be the, you know, like if you have 2.083 whatever times 60, that's 125, so... and then you do that times 2, you get 250 plastic out of it. Combine it with the 200 you're getting, and that's the plastic you need. Yeah, okay. Okay, so basically I need to build... this is where the interesting part comes in. I need to build... 17 refineries for the rubber. And then in order to deal with the rubber already coming in and the other plastic that I need to make 450 plastic in total. So I'm going to need 7.5 refineries. Okay. So 8 more. That takes us to 25, right? Wait, we had 17. So 8 more takes us to... yeah, 25. Okay. And that's it. That's it. We don't need the extra 5 or whatever this time around. Yeah, it's a little bit different, but I think this is less than the other floor this time around. So I might as well take along all the stuff I need, because my inventory's empty anyway. So I might as well bring all the stuff I'm gonna need. That way, I have this dealt with. Okay, still good on aluminum sheets? Yeah, okay. Let's go. Okay, let me remember. What did I come here for in the first place? Motors, right? because I was lacking motors, so I'll grab a couple more. Because of pumps, right, yeah, that's what I came here for. I can't believe I remembered that. I just spent like 10 minutes figuring out the ratios here, and I still remembered that I wanted to grab motors. It's actually insane to me that I managed to remember that. I truly was not expecting to be able to remember that. Okay. The 25 refineries, that does seem intimidating, but ultimately, it's actually not going to be that bad. Because they're going to be pulling from the same pool of plastic and all that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now how I'm going to lay that out, that's a completely different story. Plus, it's the next floor on top of this one, so I'm not even sweating that at all thus far. I still have to hook up the residual water, which means, yeah, I needed pumps, right? So I actually got to go over this way. This is what I came here for. I need to put a pump down here. Like, right in here. Now, this goes up until there. So we put in another one. Connect it up to over there. Alright, now the lighting in this game. The lighting is great. You are very much correct. It does look wonderful. Let's grab some pipeline supports, put them down like there. And then remember that you gotta essentially put them here. And well, I guess we're putting them like that. And then we can put them in like so. Okay, this should be pretty straightforward. Whoops. Take the top pipe because that's where it's gonna be. That's a little too long, huh? A little too far away. Reasonable, honestly. And this should be flowing. Oh, it is! Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's line these up, roughly. Again, I don't know why I would... Like, I'm starting to get to a point where... The nihilism point, where... I don't know why I'm trying to make everything extraordinarily perfect, when I am never going to spend time in here again after I'm done building it. Like, I'm almost never gonna come back here again. So, why... why go through all the effort? That's what I'm trying to say. Because it's for peace of mind. Yes, I know, but... You know, it's about the principle. Okay, that's gonna go upstairs. I think that's this floor done, right? There's nothing left here to do. How many did I build up here, just to remember this? 8, okay. And it was on... starting on that square there, okay. It's just so I remember when I'm building up here. I can't because that. Well, I can. Just gotta be a bit creative. Like, why is it not letting me lock onto this one? I want to lock onto this foundation here, but look, it's like, it's going all around the place, but not the one where I want it to go. God damn it. I will start one earlier. And then bring it up a little bit differently, I suppose. This will be slightly different. I'm just getting ready to build the walkways again. The way they're gonna be later down the line. I'm gonna worry about bringing up the fuel once it's actually time to bring up the fuel. I gotta lay out everything up top first. It's gonna be more important. Also, while I'm at it, might as well bring that up, because it's gonna go up anyway. And then we build the next floor on top of this again, so go up by 6. Then we actually go up by 2 more. Bring up the power. Then we put in the floor, which goes right there. And then probably won't have enough concrete. But look, I'll worry about that in a minute. It's gotta be close. It's gonna be close. But it's not quite enough. Unfortunate. Okay. Well, I can reclaim a little bit of it. Because, you know, walkway. So I can reclaim this part. Wow. Cool. I can bring this up. I have enough concrete for that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a bunch of concrete, and probably a bunch of iron plates as well to make all the walls here. Yeah, that's gonna have to happen. Ooh. I love the instant stop on the fucking hover pack. It's even better than the jetpack for that. Obviously, you need to be some power near. You need to be near some power for it, which is the problem, but it is very nice. Okay, grab a ton of concrete, grab a ton of iron plates. I think I can get this done in the next hour. I think I can get this rubber up and running in the next hour, and then we'll never have to worry about rubber again. Probably ever. But at least for a while. Getting 900 rubber out is very nice. It's a mammoth of a project, man. I had no idea it would take me this long to build this. Alright, let's grab maybe 5 stacks of that, and 3 stacks of that. Looking good. Looking cool. Looking cool, Joker. Well, well. Whew. I don't think I could have done this if Peas was around. And it's not supposed to be dismissive or anything. But his constant, you know, let's call it interference, would have probably given me brain damage trying to figure this out. So I hate to say it, but I kind of appreciate his absence today. It's kind of convenient. Yeah, it's good at being able to just walk up here. Wow, okay. I know, I knew it would sound rude, but it's not supposed to be rude. That looks good. Imagine how long this would have taken without this build mod. Oh my god. I don't even want to imagine, actually. Are you saying you didn't get brain damage from this? Probably not. I'm only slightly hurt. Okay. One more corner. I'll worry about the power when I need it. Yeah, obviously because you just said that. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean to say it like that. Don't take me out of context. You know what I meant. You're just exaggerating for comedic effect. Would never say that to peas. Let me just put one here. There's gonna be pumps that come up, well, down below. So I might as well open this up because this is gonna be where the pumps are. Out of context equals actual meaning. Yeah, exactly. Where's peas? I was asking myself the same thing about 4 hours ago, Larry. I'm assuming he is asleep. But I don't mind because it allows me to make progress unhinged. Well, from this man's unhinged insanity. Or something. There you go. Why make a co-op save if you hate them? Stop saying I hate peas. I don't hate peas. They even join them. Yeah, exactly. Why don't you just buy the game and join me, forehead? Buy me the game? No. You won't buy me Deep Rock Galactic, so why should I? I don't negotiate with terrorists. Okay, let me try to remember my math. I need 7.5 refineries making plastic. Yeah, okay. Refinery. Gonna build 8 because you can't build half a refinery. That's not how it works. And yeah. Set this one up with the recycled plastic recipe. We'll have a merger sitting here, again, just like last time. And then 8 of those. That's the rubber coming in. Lovely. I'm gonna buy you, Dave. Yo. Dave is gonna be worth money. Yo, Dave NFT. Dave, you're gonna be on the blockchain. Larry's gonna put you on the blockchain. It's gonna be great. Yeah, the last one, or the first one, doesn't really matter. It has to be set to 50%, by the way. Plop. Okay. Then, the output plastic from this gets turned back into rubber in the big chain. What is the big chain? It's not the blockchain. The big chain is going to be sitting... I don't even know where. Because it's going to be 17 fucking refineries. So... I've just realized as well, hold on. 17.083333 whatever times 30 plus 7.5 times 30. That's not 800. So you're gonna have more residual fuel for this. Weird. I'm going to be sold for 69 million for no fucking reason. Yeah, see, this guy gets it. This guy gets it. Here's what we're gonna do. Here's how we're gonna do this. So, have 8 of them here on this side. Those are gonna be making rubber. And then we loop it around on this side as well. We have 9 over here if we can. Oh, that's a tight fit. Okay. That's 4. Plus 8 is 12. Ah. Make 9 and 10 here. We can leave some space here and have like the 2 special ones here. They'll just feed back around. Yeah. Yeah. And then, okay, so that's like what? That's 12? No, that's 10. So I need 5 more. So actually, let's take away 3 of them. Make this a little bit more spacious. And put 8 here. And then actually remove that one and put it here instead, because it's gonna look better. Okay. Lots and lots of refineries, baby. So this is gonna be the output. No, this is gonna be the input. The output is on this side. And goes straight into there, and then the output loops back around. Yeah, okay. So again, you're making plastic, and only plastic. This is going to be split up as well. Like, half of it is going to go into those back there, and the other half, well, or the other part of it is going to go into those. It's going to connect up to those, which I obviously don't want. These will be outputting rubber, I believe. Yes, these are going to be making rubber. So, right. You set the wrong recipe now. That's fine. Recycled rubber. Recycled rubber. I'll be doing these from the output perspective. That way, that looks fine. And they should all have that recipe set. You guys should obviously be making recycled rubber as well. But of a different kind. The real question is, can I then take that over and around, or do I want to take it around this side? I'm probably going to take it around this side now that I think about it. That just seems a little bit more reasonable. Not residual, recycled. Okay. And then for this you do the same. Is this what being groomed feels like? I don't know, are you 14 years old and or on Discord? In which case, because that's like kind of a prerequisite, and you know, without that, like, I can't really tell you whether or not that's what it's like. The plastic is gonna come out here. Half of it is gonna... We're gonna have some of it going here, and then I think I'm gonna loop it around and have it come in from this side, yeah. That just seems more reasonable. Also, for the love of God, get rid of that for this part, because this part needs manual belt placement. Just a little bit of trolling, aka manual belt placement. Okay. I must have done something to offset these a bit, so they line up so well. What? Yeah, I offset these a little bit. It actually works out in my favor, all things considered. You're worth $2 gazillion to me, Dave. If that ain't wholesome, I don't know what is. Man. Give me a splitter. Wait, okay, we can re-enable this. Splitter. Yeah, that's going the right way. Go from there. And then you go around this way. Unfortunately, doing this part automatically is not possible yet. Believe me, it would be amazing if it was. But here we are. Ah, wrong side, huh? Okay. And that's gonna be all of our plastic taken care of. So, let's do some wiring. Ah, come on now. You can't do that. It needs to be centered. Put that like right there. Never thought about doing it this way first. It seems to work better. I'm running out of cable, right, by the way. The one thing I didn't look at taking. Turns out I should have. Turns out I should have. Yep, out of cable. Here we go. If I was a man of weak will, instead of now walking back to the base to grab resources, I would just type /give in the console. But I can't cheat on stream. I mean, come on. Who do you take me for? I only do that in Minecraft. This isn't Minecraft. I have the resources, it's just that grabbing them is gonna take me an extra, I don't know, 2 minutes, of maybe a minute of my life? In the grand scheme of things, that doesn't really matter. You know what, already turn your camera into the right position so when you walk out, you're like in the perfect, facing the correct way. Oh, that is next gen strategies. Look at that. Okay, grab a bunch of cable. I'm pretty sure this can be cleared because I built all the refineries. Anything else I'm gonna need? Always do the skimming look here. Maybe some of these don't hurt. There you go. Start work on the water park already. Dave, I'm going to finish this floor and then I'm going to stop the stream because I have to get up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I am not going to start anything else at all. You can forget about that. It ain't happening. No, you won't. Bitch. Will make me. What you gonna do, huh? What you gonna do? Exactly. Thought so. Bitch. That's gotten tall. Also, I really did just write the letter S, huh? I really just did that unintentionally. I always went up on the other side. You will wake up at 6:01. So? So? I'll probably wake up at 6:15, actually. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that I'll be waking up far too early. Ego face. It's like subliminal at this point. It's not even intentional. It just happens subconsciously. I gotta bring up the frickin'... Gotta bring up the frickin' fuel. Okay. These are all powered, right? Yeah, okay. Are these all powered? Alright, it's just the fuel now, huh? It's just the fuel distribution, and then whatever is left over gets destroyed. Burnt in a, yeah. Burnt in a generator. Have it on this line. Turn it into a dollar sign for the amount of dosh you make of this project, bossman. Was that a positive chat message from Chatter Slick Dick Jim? What? I gotta frame that. Print it out, frame it. Sell it as an NFT. No, I can't make that joke every time, but it's a funny joke. That's the problem. It's a good joke. So I gotta keep making it. I'm joking? Fuck you. Damn it, I thought we had something going there for a second. It's gonna be 2 pipelines here. This one's gotta be up top. Much better. Dave never struck me as a toxic person. He's not that toxic, but he likes pretending to be toxic in Twitch chat, because it makes me engage with his messages more. Which is fine. I don't mind it. It's just, you know, it sets a precedent. I don't know how I feel about that. That'll work. Okay. Should have 2 pipes full of fuel. Lovely. And those are going to be sent up here using pumps and all that stuff. But first of all, we're going to need some wall supports for these to hook into, because you know, that's just how it goes. Really? Invalid shape. We'll do it that way. It really doesn't like doing that. Really doesn't like doing it from below, but it likes doing it from... Okay, well, you know what? Yeah, we'll do them like this then. You go there. You go there. There you go. We'll do them that way. Nice and clean. You fuck pig whore. I learned that one at Ram Ranch. S tier insult? Okay, more like A tier. Can't believe this guy's so insecure. He backpedals on his opinion immediately. That's a very beta male move, honestly, Dave. You could never be a Sigma male. Oh yeah, you don't even know what that means! I can just use it against you. You don't even know what a Sigma male is. You fucking buffoon. You utter fool. What if I started crossing these pipes just because I feel like it? Just because I want to feel something. I learned after that stream. No, you didn't. You're lying. Shut up. Don't lie to me. You're not intellectual. You're not an intellectual. Get back here. That should work. Poggy. It does work. Just remember, there's one more thing that I need to do before I can even hook these pipes up. Can't afford. Oh no. Well, good thing we're making a quadrillion plastic. So I can just, Yeah, matter of fact, it looks like the train can't even keep up with it, huh? Like, we're making that much plastic. Or is it just because the storage is absolutely full? Wow. I guess we're not really extracting it out of our, main train station that quickly yet, because I haven't bothered upgrading that. So that's fair. That's fair. But this is fine, you know? If it's backed up, I don't really care. It's not really integral. Just means it's not being used up as much. Which is totally fine. Well, Dave, in your own words then, if you've learned what it means, what is a Sigma male? And describe how you are not one. How you don't get to earn the title of Sigma male. Ah, it's always funny, man. It's so fucking funny. Where am I gonna bring this around? I've just noticed. I guess like this. So like bring it up by one. And then we bring it over. And bring it over. This is a coping mechanism for beta 4chaners trying to not look like beta redditors. That's the motherfucking best thing you've ever said, baby. You're 100% correct. I like Larry, the way Larry put it, and I put it as well. I saw it being put a lot of times. Is it's astrology for men, so it's pretty much the best thing ever. Yo, I love maths class. Hell yeah, dude. Hello, Ramit. Too bad all the math part is pretty much done now. Like, I did all the math, and now it's just architecture. Which is like math in its own right, to an extent. I was scared shitless that that belt built the wrong way for a second. There you go. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's a problem. Just bring it down here. Yeah, you know what? Just don't worry about it. Just bring it down. While it goes around the corner. Boom, boom. Like there. I'm not gonna have it hooked up there, but yeah. There you go. Engineering. Is that just racism? Racism for men, astrology for women is now Sigma astrology for men? Isn't that just double racism? What the fuck are you talking about, Jesse? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, put one in there, and then again, we'll just have this probably end up here, yeah. Depending on how much these pipes get used, because this is 7.5 times 30, so... Got the times. That's 225 getting used. That's like half a pipe. A little bit over. So I'll have to see how much I want to actually use this for. Yeah, I think I'm going to just run this out and around. Because this is... Oh yeah, one of these has to be overclocked a bit, doesn't it? By 8%. I mean, I can do this with the... Yeah, hold on. I can do this with math. So, I need 7.5 times 30, right? So I need 225 rubber. So I need 125 out of these two. They're making 120, so this needs to make 65. One of these needs to make 65. Overclocks it by 8.3%. There you go. That was the way it was supposed to be. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. So, what this means is it's gonna use, like, 2 point fucking 0.8333 times 30, which means 62. Yeah, that's totally still left in this path. I can just bring this around. That's all I needed to know. Now I'm gonna have to bring it up by 1 level. Unfortunately. Because I am an idiot and I didn't plan ahead. But that is fine. Because that can be done. There you go. That should work out nice and tidy. Yeah. Just means that putting it into those is going to be a little tougher. But then we can end it like right... Right, hold on. We can end it right here, and everything will be fine. This is a mess and a half. But it's my mess, and that's why I love it. I'm scared shitless of running out of copper sheets now. That would be very unfortunate, because we're so close to being done. It's just a bit of pipe work, and that's all there's left. The fact that this is all, like, filled up as well now, like the buffers are all full, means that these are gonna start working decently quickly. It works. It ain't pretty, but it works. Obviously this isn't getting any fuel yet. Like it's all still going in here, but that's fine. Once this all picks up steam and starts actually working, it's gonna... Oh, it's gonna be so nice. Yeah, the plastic goes around there, and then the rubber is gonna come out here. And this is... Okay, so... Look, this is simple math. 15 times 30 is 450. So, we just do the same thing again. We take the rest of this pipe, and put it in this end, and then we put the other end is the other pipe. The other 400 pipe. Yeah. That's very straightforward. Just gonna put one every so often. This should be enough, hopefully. Is this gonna work? I'm just curious. Okay. Sure as hell is, so I'm not gonna complain. Bring it down here, and then bring it around. Just have this side dealt with. And then we hook the other pipe up to the other side. And it's gonna be good to go. Really? Invalid shape. Yeah, I didn't think so. But these are gonna be like slightly weird and offset as well. Just gotta bear that in mind. But it actually ends up making the belt work easier, so if the turn-off for that is that the pipe work is a little uglier, or like a little... I'm actually gonna need more copper sheets. Man. I thought I had everything. Need more copper sheets. Might as well eat these. I'm carrying them around forever. Actually, let's unequip that. There you go. Okay, almost done. Almost done. And then, well, then I'm gonna fucking bed straight away. Cause I'm tired. I'm actually not tired. I slept for like 9 hours last night. Like 8. But still, you know. I got up at 11, so... Doesn't make you particularly tired. Okay, looks good. Looking cool. Looking cool, Joker. Give me some of this stuff. I think that's it. That's all I'm gonna need. Bada bing. Bada pow. It turns out making the rubber is actually significantly less complex than making the plastic. Because you need less refineries overall, I think. It uses less fuel. Which is, oh yeah, I gotta deal with the overflow fuel somehow. Because if it gets full on that, then that's a problem. Look at the sandwich over there. What a beaut. What a beaut. I think flying up is going to be faster than climbing the stairs. It might actually be. Alright. It's kind of fun. I was looking up these, right? What's your name, sir? These. These what, sir? Great video. Great meme. Great video. Okay. Just a little bit of piping to both sides, and we're done, dude. Done with the rubber. One more. I think that's it. That should be it. Rubber should be coming out onto these belts. Obviously, it's gonna take a while for the system to, you know, the mass situation. Exactly. This guy gets it. Yeah, we're gonna be low on polymer resin right now because the fuel isn't getting burnt enough. These are backed up on heavy oil residue. So let's do some quick math. we have 7.5 using 30 each, plus 17.08 free, if I'm not mistaken. The Yom incident. I haven't heard that one. What's that one? Yo Mama? Is that what it goes into? Just the refineries, please. There's 8 of them here, which means there's 7 here, so that's 15. Yeah, okay. So we do 17.08 free plus 7.5 is 24. Okay, and then we take that whole thing times 30, and you subtract that from 800. It leaves us with 62.5. Fuel to be disposed of. Ideally, just bottle it. It's the easiest way. Just bottling the fuel, you get rid of it entirely. Always an option. The craziest thing is at this point then as well, right? There's still 2 nodes that we aren't even using. There's, like after all is said and done. I've just noticed. This is why I'm having space issues. I never fucking expanded this floor all the way. I completely forgot that there was all this space back here. Well, I didn't need it, so thankfully for this being a little bit more, you know, a little less complex, that actually worked out. But these aren't powered. These aren't powered. That's a problem. There we go. They should start picking up the pace very quickly, though. That would explain why the fuel wasn't getting burnt as much. But we still need to get rid of 62.5 fuel. That's enough to run 4 fuel generators. I'm probably going to end up overclocking a couple, though. And I'll put them down here because I have space. Well, I have a little space down here. Can I build them? I can build 2. Do I have space in here to do it? Man, that's what this extra space up here could be useful for. Maybe I will expand this floor out anyway. Just for the extra fuel generators. And no wonder I was having some space trouble up here. No fucking wonder, man. Because I screwed this place up. That looks weird. Yeah, because there's supposed to be, like, more platforms out here. You know what? I'll leave the walls like they are now, because they've got power poles all over them. But I'll just expand this out a bit. I'll put a door in. Somewhere. Maybe in 2 places. Maybe we'll have a door here, and we'll have a door here. There you go. And then we'll just have the walls extend out this way. And we'll make the most of this error. But there should be enough space to fit fuel generators, which is what I really want to put here anyway. I can fit 2 of them in here. Perfect. Oh, they fit very nicely. Very tightly. Because the fuel burn rate is... I think it's not linear with the power shards? Something like that. It's actually a little exponential? Or something like that. It's good, is what I'm saying. It's actually good. So you know what we do here is we'll just destroy this, and instead We'll run this out. This way. Bring this over. Like so. And then just hook one of these up here. There you go. And then I can just you know, I want this to be vertical. Unfortunately, I can't really do that unless I do something like this. Some stupid fuckery like that. There aren't T-junctions? Nope, you can only use the normal junctions. Unfortunately. Wait, no, put that in there. I want to get back to my empty hand. There you go. It's important to me. Coward devs, I know, right? Well, I can just bring this down, I guess, a little bit earlier. Now that I have the junction in there, it's not really a big deal. Just be like, hey. Bring it in. Bring it down. Put the junction in here. Hook these bad boys up to power. Which means I should probably just replace this one, for instance, with a double wall outlet. Just remember where it was connected to. That right there. And that right there. And we can be like, hey, look at that. They're going to be burning at 15 each, so at 12 each actually. If I crank this up, 24 each, still not enough. That's unfortunate. I mean, it's a little extra power. Our max consumption is getting there again. That's scary. All these refineries are taking power. Hey, Sony bro. Hello, Solar. 000. How's it going? Hello to you too. You know what? Might as well do that. Is Germany opening up yet? I haven't really been paying attention to it, like, at all, because I do not care, because I don't go outside. But I would assume we're getting there a little bit, yeah? Like, people are getting vaccinated. I think we're, like, at, like, 50% of the population or something has gotten, like, at least one dose or something. So I think we're doing okay, all things considered. And things are starting to open up again. In general. I don't know how I'm gonna get rid of the rest of this fuel. However, it's gonna be like 10, right? Maybe I can just squeeze in another fuel generator somewhere. Maybe I can just squeeze one more in somewhere. Just one extra fuel genny. Maybe right there. You know, maybe just right there. I don't have the frames for it. Sad. Well, I won't worry about that then yet. I will worry about the outputs. The output belts. You're not getting plastic yet, alright. I'll help you out. Plastic's supposed to be coming through here, but I guess it's filling up these first. Yeah, it's gonna take a bit. As things fill up. Make sure I didn't miss any belts in here either. It's hard to see that once they're all up and running, but I don't think I did. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Where's the promised sleep? Soon, brother. Soon. Very, very soon. How'd I do that down here? Just out of morbid curiosity. I just happen to not have any things there, huh? And I brought it around. Right, okay. Well, lift it up. I want to break through here. I'm gonna need variables. And then I'm gonna need conveyor poles. Really? Really? That's not an okay shape. I'm kinda... Oh, come on. I'm kind of in awe. Okay. And the other output is... this line? It's this line. Oh, this one's easy at least. It's facing the wrong way. Can't have that. There you go. Boom, boom. And... too long, really? You're really gonna do me dirty like that? Really gonna do me dirty like that? Now here's a scary proposal. This shit has to go all the way down there. Somehow. And that's gonna take a bits of work. I hate that when you start building and you're already crouched. It just keeps you crouched. Hey. Just let me build. Oh, perfect. That actually works out nicely. Perfect. All right. Now we just run belts to the train. I am almost out of iron plates. So this is a mess, and I want to keep it that way. Just have them zigzagging and intersecting. Just to give it that, you know, frantic feel. It needs to get into there, so... we need to get some more iron plates, dude. Oh my god, dude. Every time you run out of something. Because all those walls I built. For the extra stuff. Every time, man. Every time. Look at that beautiful shimmering wall of the IKEA shop that I call my home. Isn't it beautiful? Truly. A sight to behold. Come on. That hopefully does it. Yep. I cannot think of anything else I could possibly need now. This should be it. I said you won't, so he didn't sleep. I never said when I would sleep. I said I have to get up at 6, which means in 5.5 hours. I never said that I would, you know... like, what do you think going to sleep early means? In my standards. It doesn't mean going to bed at midnight and getting 6 hours of sleep, that's for sure. It's more along the lines of, trying to fall asleep before 2 a.m. and getting, you know, an amount of sleep that at least lets me go through one REM phase. That's about it. Thing is, if I, were to stream until 1 a.m., I would be delaying that even more. Say you would finish the very next floor and go to sleep. Yeah, this is part of finishing the floor. I'm not addicted. You're addicted. I'm not addicted. This is normal behavior. Cope, don't sleep. You know what? Maybe I just shouldn't. Yeah, maybe I just shouldn't sleep. Oh yeah, I gotta put in a buffer here. What if... Cope. Cope seed. Seethe, cope. I think this should work. That's good enough. Alright. That's a lot of rubber, baby. Hell yeah. Alright. Now looking at the giant S, I'm gonna save game. Wouldn't it be funny if I just, like, hit exit to desktop without saving? Well, to be fair, I'd only lose, like, 2 minutes of progress, but still. I'm done, dude. I'm done. That's it. Just that quickly. Gone. Forever. Bye. See ya. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you had an enjoyable time. I'll see you again on Friday, probably for some TF2. Until then, have a good night. Bye-bye.